All right, let me set the context for this one. In this video, we're trying to clone a platform called photoai.com. It's a SaaS built by Levels.io. It does around $122K a month. That's around 1 CR a month in revenue. It probably has very healthy margins, so good business to build. It's not very hard to build, especially because you don't have to write the underlying image model. There are very good image models available. You just need to train your face on them and let users generate images. The PMF of this has mostly been people creating Instagram photos, Tinder photos, Valentine photos, couple photos, things like these. The harder bits are number one, of course, selling it, and number two, creating a bunch of good prompts that generate images, creating a bunch of packs, for example, a Tinder pack, a Valentine Day pack that people can just, click on and see 1,000 pretty images of themselves. I think people don't need to worry about the underlying model or what a prompt is. People are dumb and they just want to come to a platform, click a photo, and then, have 100 variations of that photo generated for them. The tech stack that we've used is Node.js for the backend, Next.js for the front end, Clerk for authentication. We're using something called FAL AI to outsource hosting the model for now. But eventually, if you want to build this as a business, it's not the worst idea to self-host and squeeze some margins in there. Is there anything else? Postgres for the database, Prisma is the ORM. One more technically not Node.js in the backend. DigitalOcean for deployment, a simple VM, and the platform is hosted on photo.100xdevs.com. We don't have razor pay, so anyone can come and train their models and generate images, which is not great because I'll have to pay for everyone's image generation. So eventually the idea is to add payments in here. I'm opening a bounty, code is open source. So if you can add like a razor pay or a Stripe integration, maybe both of them, one for India, one for US, create like a subscriptions page, that would be great. That'll be like some $100 of a bounty. And then another thing was a redesign. So I have a decent-ish design, say. We have ShadCN and Tailwind. But if you think you're a decent designer, would love to, have you rebuild the UI from scratch and, maybe the UX as well. That's pretty much it. I don't think there's anything left. There aren't any prerequisites. You don't need to know ML, even though it's good for you to understand, what are weights and what are tensors and how does flux work. But you don't really need it for this specific video. And other than that, that's pretty much it. Hope you like the video, and it's a slightly long video. The first half is me writing the backend. That part I'm explaining fairly well because I'm going slow. But then there is 3 hours of front end where I'm just coding. It was very late and I was very sleepy. So like fair warning there, ke, hopefully the front end is not too hard for you to just read through and understand. But while I was writing the front end, I was half asleep and coding it. So I'm not explaining it really well. Then I've run the deployment. I'm explaining that well, and then we're testing the project or the product end to end towards the end and making sure everything is working. That's pretty much it. I'll see you in the video. All right, let me set the context for the video. In this video, we're trying to clone this platform called photoai.com. For those of you who haven't seen it, Photo AI is a platform that you can use to generate a bunch of images for yourself by training your face on a model. So this is what the platform looks like. As you can see, I've created a bunch of photos of myself. Primarily useful if you want a photo shoot for, I don't know, something like Tinder. That's one of the use cases where people use it, or general social media, creating AI influencers, or thumbnail generation. The place where we use this the most is a lot of the thumbnails that I have on the channel now are actually AI generated. You can't really tell if this image is real or not. That's as good as AI has become now. So people pay for it. How do I know people pay for it? If you look at its MRR right now, it's doing around 124K a month. That's around 1.5 million ARR. And a solo developer who built this in PHP and deployed it on a VM without any superb production practices, he was able to scale at this level, and he's notorious about sharing this very publicly. He doesn't have the best stack, but he has great marketing, which leads to a product that can be sold. So we'll try to build something similar. I'll build this like I would build a startup, which means let's say I have to deploy this tomorrow. What would be the features / the approach I would take to quickly ship out an MVP, and then of course you can build on top of it. That means we're going to write the code ourselves. We'll probably use a little bit of AI. I want to force myself to use Cursor. I've never used Cursor before, but apparently it makes you much more productive. I'm taking the recommendation from someone in this one. I might be slower in Cursor because this is the first time I'm using it. But that said, I'll also not code everything in Cursor. I'll try to code most things myself. But if I feel there's something that's heavily redundant, I'll offload it to Cursor or even Devin and see if either one of these tools help me become more productive. The end goal is to build a website that looks almost exactly like this, where there's a section called create a new AI model. The UX here is a little weird, but when you open this drop-down called create a new AI model, you can give them a name, type, age, ethnicity, eye color, whether or not they're bald, sign a consent, and then upload a bunch of photos. So if you upload like 10 to 20 photos of yourself from various angles that are high quality, your model is trained. Once your model is trained, you can select a model. For example, I trained myself twice here, and there are a bunch of default models in here. But if I select my trained model, let's say this one, and try to give it a prompt, let's say, take a photo, there you go. Take a photo where I put in a prompt, a model holding a bouquet of roses, and try to generate it. That happens by clicking on this take a photo button. Then 4 more photos will be generated based on this prompt. Let's see what it pops out. I'm sure it's very similar to what's been present before. There you go, something like this. That's one thing, but users are dumb. They don't have the time to understand what a prompt is or generate a prompt. So one good thing that they have is this thing called packs, which is something we'll try to recreate. For example, there is a luxury lifestyle pack. If I click on this, it will generate 30 photos for me in this specific pack, which means they have like 30 different prompts already created. And all the 30 photos that you see over here that are coming are based on those specific prompts. Building this is not too hard today. Thankfully, there are very good image generation models that even these guys rely on, and we will as well. You can self-host them if you want. You can depend on someone else. Either approach is fine. If you're shipping out an MVP, it's better to depend on someone else and let them host and not self-host, because you won't have to worry about any of the MLOps pipelines. You don't have to scale up or scale down. You've totally outsourced training and creating images to someone else. But eventually, if this grows up by a lot and you want to squeeze more margins, you might want to self-host, or you can get bulk API discounts from whoever you're depending on. Let me take you through 2 platforms that let you do this. So Replicate is, as you can see, the name says run AI with an API. So it lets you train models, not just image generation models, anything. Even if you want to use an LLM, you can use it via Replicate. They have a bunch of these popular models that you can use for image generation, video generation, or text. So you can either depend on these guys, or the one that we use like for generating our thumbnails is through Fal.ai. Same thing, Fal.ai has a bunch of models. For example, this is their model library. But if I open a specific model that we usually train on, for example, Flux LoRa fast training. This is not a model. This is just you training the model, and we have trained 2 models. One is my face, one is someone else's face. So if I want, I can, after training a model, run some inferences from here, which means generate a few images. Let me try to generate an image that says, maybe let's copy the same prompt as I put over here in Photo AI. The prompt was I totally forgot. So let me just copy the prompt from here and paste it in Fal.ai. This model is already trained on my face. So let's see what it outputs. And if it's a comparable image, a good image, one that you can productionize, then we'll just depend on Fal AI. If we want, we can depend on Replicate as well. Or if we want, we can self-host. Really depends on us. Wow, that's a female. Everything else looks fine. But can't say I love this. Beautiful male influencer. And let's see if that fixes it. That looks decent. So basically, we already have trained the model, not in-house, by depending on Fal AI. But the good thing about Fal AI is they have an API that you can use and train models, generate images, so on and so forth. So we can depend on them. We can depend on Replicate, or we can self-host. Most probably we'll depend on Fal AI. This is something we already use in our whatever YouTube content generation journey for generating images and videos. So we're just sort of creating a wrapper on top of Fal AI. And the difficult bits are going to be just creating a front end like this. Honestly, that's probably going to be the most time consuming bit. The backend is going to be straightforward, and specifically us talking to Fal AI and Fal AI responding back with webhooks, things like image has been generated or model has been trained will be the harder bits. Everything else is straightforward. I don't think this should take more than 6 hours. If we use AI aggressively, then probably lesser, but I'll use AI in moderation and try to see how quickly we can build this platform. So hopefully the context is clear. With that, let's get into it. I'll first take you through the architecture of how we're building it, the tech stack, the prerequisites, and then we'll go through actually coding the application. Alrighty, let's get into the architecture of building something like this. As I said, this is a very simple application because it's just a wrapper. So we'll have a front end in either Next or React. We'll use some styling library like ShadCN to, try to get as close to the UI when it comes to, the looks to photo AI. We'll have a primary backend that's going to, host all the endpoints for training a model, and what's the other thing you have to do? Generate an image or get all the existing images that the user has, so on and so forth. We'll have a database which could be either Postgres, MySQL, that the backend would connect to, and we will have the external service which we will depend on for training the model and generating images. It could be fal.ai, it could be replicate, it could be us self-hosting, and we can pretty much switch strategies here. For example, if replicate is down, we can switch to fal.ai. If fal.ai is expensive, we can switch back to replicate. If both of them are down, we can move to self-hosting. So we'll build the architecture in a way it's easy to swap out providers. That way, if one of them goes down, you can just switch over to the other one. That's going to be the gist of it, honestly. Do we need anything else? Front end, we probably need to store images somewhere. So there'll be some sort of an object store. Something like an S3 or a bunny for storing all the images of the user. Both the training images, whenever the user is hitting the training endpoint, and whenever replicate generates an image for us, we'll probably copy it over to our own storage so that we have it forever. We don't have a dependency on replicate. And all the tensors, basically when you generate a model or train a model, it's effectively you generating a very big file. So we'll also copy over that file here. For example, if you go to Photo AI, at the very end, it lets you export your models. And the same thing can be done in replicate or fal AI. So the benefit of exporting your model is once your model is exported, you can generate images from it anywhere. You can self-host and generate images. You can go to a different provider and generate images. So if you have spent, let's say, $1 training the model on replicate, you can move that model off from replicate to your self-hosting server and generate images from there. So this will store the tensors and all the files that includes the user provided files for training and the model generated files, and that's it. And if we get the time, it would be nice to have a video feature as well, where you can convert a photo into a dynamic video. That'll probably be another video file that we have to store over here and another model that we have to use. Not too difficult to add. We'll see if we reach there. Is there anything else that's needed? Auth. We're going to depend on Clerk for authentication today. Since we're building it like an MVP, the goal of outsourcing authentication to Clerk or outsourcing model generation and training to someone else is to move fast and quickly have the MVP out. And if people buy, you can eventually if you want, eject out from the systems. If you look at replicate, Flux, LoRa pricing, for example, generating 100 images should cost around $3.20. So one image will cost you, or 10 images will cost you. How much will 1,000 images cost you? 1,000 images will cost you around $32. And if you have a product like Photo AI, the $50 plan that I bought lets me generate 1,000 images. So the margins are really high to generate, not really high. If you're using replicate, you'll have to give $32 to them, and you can charge the user $50. So it's like some 30-40% margins, which isn't great, honestly. But you can move to it. Let's see how much does fal.ai charge. Fal.ai charges 0.1. You can generate 29 images, so around $30 to generate 1,000 images. So yeah, the pricing looks similar. These providers will charge you $30 for training 1,000 images or generating 1,000 images, and you are charging your users around $50. So you have like some 40% margins, which isn't very high. But as I said, you can either ask these guys for bulk discounts. If you have 100K in MRR, then of course you don't have to give them 60K a month. You can give them much lesser. They'll happily oblige, or you will self-host and squeeze margins as much as possible. But even in the worst case, if you're using them at their highest pricing model, you can still have some margins for yourself if you're building something like this. Same is true for Clerk. Clerk has user-based pricing, and if you're charging all of your users upfront, then you can offload that cost to the user, and the benefit that comes with it is you can move really fast. So this is going to be the stack: front end React or Next, back end probably Node.js or Bun. Since it's really fast, doesn't really matter either one of them. The syntax remains the same. S3. Oh, we should use Bun, because Bun now has has an S3 object, or bindings to S3. You can use their, call it SDK, call it exports, but they have a native S3 client now, so you can directly upload to S3 from Bun. And they have a native Postgres client also. I'm unsure if you'll use it, but let's try it out. Maybe let's not use Prisma today and use the native Postgres client that Bun provides you and see if it's faster. And the backend, the storage database, probably Postgres, S3, Bunny for storage, and a bunch of model providers that will depend on. That's the architecture. Prerequisites are, if you know basic Node.js, great. If you can build a React project, great. That's pretty much it. The front end will be heavier than the backend. Backend will be fairly straightforward. All right, the next thing is quickly charting out maybe the schema and the routes that we have to create. You can reverse engineer them from Photo AI, or you can just think of them from first principles. For example, as I scroll down in Photo AI, it sends out a request to this endpoint called load_photos, which returns me an array of all the photos. This one, for example, is one of the images that they posted. Looks something like this. So you can go through them, their whatever UI, and reverse engineer them, make sure they're exactly the same. There are some benefits of creating a one-to-one backend with a competitor, but let's not go there. Let's design them ourselves. The endpoints that we're going to have are, number one, a post endpoint to train a specific model. This will take a list of images as an input, and it needs to forward this to file.ai. Then we'll have a post endpoint to generate an image. This will take a prompt as an input and return the user their image. Here we will require some asynchronous architecture. I'll talk about that very soon. I'm just writing down all the endpoints, and then how they actually execute is going to be a little weird in this case, because we have multiple systems talking to each other. Then we're going to have a get endpoint for images or whatever, load_photos, this like the same one that they have, with some level of pagination, so limits and offsets, to get like 10 photos, then 10 photos, then 10 photos as the user scrolls down through their feed. Then a post endpoint to /generate/pack. So as you can see, there are Valentine Day pack, Tinder pack, so on and so forth. So when the user sends a request here, we'll generate multiple images for them, not just one. And then one endpoint to get all the packs that currently exist. Then ideally there should be an admin dashboard where an admin can come and create these packs. We'll probably just create them directly in the database, but would be nice if we have an admin dashboard where this is done. For the user, is there anything else that's needed? Since we're offloading authentication to Clerk, most probably this should be enough. I'm just thinking if I'm missing something here. Not really. I think this should be fine. Let's talk through how exactly these endpoints work and what sort of communication that we have to do on the backend. There is the front end that is going to hit the backend. Let's look at the first endpoint for training. So before anything happens, you have to hit Clerk on the front end, and Clerk will respond back. You sign in there, sign up there, and now you have a JWT token that Clerk provided you. In every authenticated request that you're talking to the backend with, you'll send the JWT along so that the backend can decode the JWT and understand that this indeed is Harkirat or a different user. So our backend doesn't have to worry about a sign up or a sign in endpoint. On the front end, we don't have to worry about a UI for logging in with Google or phone numbers or emails. All of this Clerk will take care of. All that the backend has to do is, given a JWT, decode the JWT and do your thing. So once the user hits the, let's say, /training endpoint, the user needs to send us a bunch of images. So on the UI, the user will drag and drop, let's say, 10 images. Here comes the first challenging bit. Okay, how can you send images to the backend? Should you send like 50 MB or 200 MB images through an HTTP request? The answer is no. You should store these images from the front end directly on an object store like S3, Cloudflare, or Bunny. And once the images are uploaded, all the 10 images are uploaded, the URLs should come on the front end, which get forwarded to the backend. So this training request will have a list of URLs, whatever, a.png, or, more technically, cloud s3.com/a.png, comma, s3.com/b.png, so on and so forth. So this list of array is what the backend should get. This list of images, is what the backend should get. And then the backend needs to do some complex stuff, for which we should break this architecture down a little further. So this might be a little more complicated of an architecture. The thing is, when you are forwarding a request to fal.ai to train a model, if you're telling fal.ai कि इस बंदे की शक्ल को train करके spit out the tensors, so you can't send them a list of images. Actually, you might be able to do that, but I think that's not possible. What you have to send them is a zip file which contains all the images. So when the user gives you an array of these images, you need to somehow fetch these images from S3, create a zip file, upload the zip file again to S3, get the URL of the zip file, and then you forward that URL to fal.ai. This is where we will probably need another service. Harkirat, why do we need another service? Why can't this backend go to S3, get the images, zip the images, and upload it in S3, get back the zip, and then forward to fal.ai? The backend can do this, but then your primary backend can get overwhelmed very quickly. If you have 100 people training a model together, your backend will screw up. Honestly, in an MVP, it doesn't matter. You can actually do it here. I am over-engineering this a bit. And I'm going to create sort of a worker that does all of these things, but would not recommend this for an MVP. For an MVP, just do it over here. Yahin pe sab kuch kar do, forward it to fal.ai. If you want to get fancy, which, we love to get fancy, you can sort of use some sort of a task queue, or, a task manager. I'll talk through what a task manager is, but basically, when, there's a very expensive task that you have to do. For example, in this case, we have to, this is not an expensive task, but it's still computationally a little expensive, something you shouldn't do on your primary backend. You can offload that to, or, send that over to a task queue. What is a task queue? Okay, this task needs to be done. I have not done it right now. I don't have the time to do it, but I'm forwarding it to Redis, from where a bunch of workers can pick this task. So you can have a bunch of these zipper workers, zip worker 1, zip worker 2, zip worker 3. You can have a bunch of these workers. Their job is, okay, the request that came from the end user, it gets an ID over here, let's say a training ID equal to something, some UUID. This reaches Redis, it gets picked up by the worker. The worker will actually do the heavy lifting of, pulling all the images from S3, zipping the file, and then forwarding it to fal.ai. During all of this, we'll keep updating the primary database, which I don't see here. So let me add the database here as well. During all of this, we'll keep updating the status in the database. So when the request comes for the first time, we put an entry in the database that training has reached the queue. Then when this guy picks up, we can change the status, okay, it's in the queue right now. After the S3 image fetching and zipping, everything is done and it has reached replicate or fal.ai, then we can change the status to currently training. And then whenever fal.ai is done, fal.ai will hit our backend. I repeat, fal.ai, whenever they're done training, which can take 10-20 minutes, but whenever they're done, they'll hit our backend on a webhook, and then we will update the status to be done. Okay, this model is trained. It took 30 minutes to train, and you can now generate more prompts on top of this. So what happens when I go over here and create a new AI model? I give it a bunch of inputs: the name, the type, the age, ethnicity, eye color, and whether or not I'm bald. I sign a consent, and then I upload 10 images over here. When I click on create model, what is going to happen is I'm first going to upload all the images to S3, get back the image URLs, forward this request to the backend. Backend will make an entry in the database. Okay, the training has reached the queue and the backend will push this to a Redis queue. This will get picked up by one of these workers, let's say in 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, depending on how much scale we have. This worker will hit S3, pull all the images over here, zip the images, upload the zip over here, forward it to FalAI for training. FalAI will train it, hit our backend will update the status of the model to be done. If this succeeds, if FalAI tells us this has failed for whatever reason, then we'll change the status to be failed. So that is going to be the architecture of training the model, which is the most difficult part here, because there's a bunch of user uploaded images, then there is a bunch of us generated zip file, and then there's replicate hitting our webhook. The other endpoint that we have to support, which is whatever happens when you click on this take 2 photos button. Let's see what they do. Do they send 2 requests? I'm just curious. Network. No, they send 1 request, which has, let's see, amount of photos as a variable that's set to 2. And then they start to poll the backend. And eventually the backend responds with something. For example, here it responded with one of the images that is generated, and here it probably responded with the other image that is generated. So they have a very poll-based architecture, which is something you should do for a use case like this. You can over-engineer this with something like WebSockets. You shouldn't. Polling is good. Whenever the user hits the training, all of this happens, and we start to poll the backend. Sorry, not training. Training is done. Whenever the user hits the /prompt endpoint, okay, I want to generate this image, or /generate endpoint, then we take a prompt from the user as the input. We take number of photos they want to generate as an input, and we can forward this request to FalAI directly. So we don't need this heavy architecture. The user has sent us a prompt. We can forward the prompt to FalAI with the respective training model of the user. So if the user is training on their model Harkirat, we'll forward that specific model to fal.ai. This will generate the image. It usually takes 5 to 20 seconds, and this will again hit our backend on a webhook whenever the training is done. We'll update the status in the database. Meanwhile, the user will keep on polling. Okay, has this image been generated? The image that I tried to generate a few seconds ago, has this been generated? If the status of the database is yes, we'll return a good status code. If the status of the database is it is still training, if FalAI hasn't yet hit our backend, then the user will keep polling, and we'll keep telling them image not generated, image not generated, image not generated. Whenever it generates, we let the user know this is the image. We update it on the front end right here. This is the image 1, this is the image 2. Simple enough. You can over-engineer this a lot, considering there are 2 systems talking to each other, and whenever there are webhooks, there are ways to optimize this even further. Let me talk about it for like 10 seconds. Okay, when a webhook is being hit to you, it's a good idea to not process that request immediately. It's a good idea to dump that request somewhere and then eventually process it, because if this process is extremely expensive, then you might get the webhook response. You might tell them, okay, I'm done, but your expensive process might fail over here. That's not the case for us, so we don't have to over-engineer. But ye part nahi samajh aaya to ignore. We can over-engineer this even further if we want, but we don't have to. This is more than enough for building an MVP like this and scaling it very easily to 100K. 100K a month is how many users? I don't know, 2,000 users? Yeah, that's no, 5,000 users. For a $50 plan, it's 2,000 users. Sorry. So you can easily handle the traffic of 2,000 users in an architecture like this. In fact, this is probably over-engineered for 2,000 users a month. You don't need as heavy of an asynchronous architecture. More technically, you don't need the Redis bit that I added, but we go with it, and it's fine. We'll over-engineer this a little bit. In the process, learn something. Cool. Those are the 2 heavy endpoints. All the other endpoints are simple CRUDs. Find something from a database, return. This one will probably get tricky. We'll reach there when we reach there. But whenever you're clicking on a pack, you're probably pretty much sending like 10 requests to generate an image. So it shouldn't be too difficult to build this one either. Or nothing too complicated is going to come over here. And getting a pack is again, a simple CRUD request. Cool. Can we get into the coding bit? Hopefully simple enough, and shouldn't take us more than 3 hours. Probably, I would assume 2 hours on the front end and maybe 1.5 hours on the back end. Let's start by building the back end first, and then we'll get into the front end later. All right, let's get into the coding bit next. I'm going to use a Turborepo and create turbo at the rate of latest. Hopefully you guys understand what turbo repos are by now. It's basically a single repository which has all of our code bases and slightly optimized build pipelines. We'll come to what build pipelines are if you don't understand this part. I'm going to call it image generation platform. And here we're selecting bun. I'm almost predicting this is going to give us a bunch of issues because clearly it says bun beta over here first. And secondly, I know it has some issues with Next.js. I also don't know how to start projects, and I have muscle memory of using npm and npm. So as we progress through this, we'll see if we cd image generation platform. We'll see if we face issues and learn bun on the go. Muscle memory, I always open Visual Studio Code, but we are going to use Cursor today because let's see if it makes us faster, and let's delegate a few tasks to Cursor, a few tasks to Devin as well. All right. This is the folder structure. I would assume it's same for bun. It has two Next.js projects right now, docs and web. And it has a bunch of packages, specifically the ESLint config, the TypeScript config, and a bunch of UI components in here. We probably want to use something like ShadCN for the front end, which gets a little tricky when it comes to monorepos, but okay, we'll get there when we get there. Let me get rid of one of these front ends. Let me try to start. Oh wait, do I have bun? I do. So let me start the project locally by calling bun dev. That starts one of these projects on port 3000. And if I open it, I see the standard Turborepo code. Doesn't really matter right now because we're not focusing on the front end yet. What we're going to focus on is the backend first. So let's initialize a fresh. How do you clear in Cursor? Okay, this is a little distracting. Let's initialize a fresh backend in the monorepo. So in the apps folder, I'm going to create a new folder called backend. And here I'm going to, oh God, this is going to take some time for me to build muscle memory here. How do you clear the terminal? Okay, so Command K takes you here. Control K clears it. Okay. It'll take some time for me to build muscle memory. Backend is an empty folder right now. How do you initialize a bun project? Bun init. I'm going to call it backend. Entry point is going to be index.ts. So as I was hoping / assuming, I can simply, oh, there you go. Bun run index.ts to start it. So can I add that in package.json? Let's add a new script here called start, which runs bun run index.ts. And I don't know, it's my first time using bun. So let's try to initialize Express in here. Bun install Express. While that is happening, import Express from Express. Thank you, AI, and initialize an empty, basic HTTP server. Express is a common framework for writing HTTP servers. This is how you create an instance of the Express application. And this is how you write a simple get endpoint in Express that returns hello world for now. And this is how you listen on a specific port. Specifically, we are listening on port 3000, but let me just const port equal to process.env.port or 3000. I'm going to disable cursor super maven or whatever, the helper. I just want to use their agent to write things. I don't want to, I don't want help, else it'll make the video a little chaotic. Even though I'm unsure, how do you disable cursor tab? Oh, there you go, disable globally. I think that should do it. Cool. So this is the port where we want to start the process. Let me replace it at the bottom. And let me start it on 3001 or 8080 maybe. I see some type errors here. Most probably I have to do a bun install at types/express. There we go. Oh, I can close it. Whew. All right, now do the errors go away? They do. I have a simple HTTP server. Let's run bun dev or bun start, sorry. Bun run start. Okay, I guess, how do you start a script in bun? I did add a start script in package.json. I can do an npm run start. Wait, what am I missing? Backend/package.json has scripts, not script. It needs to be called script. Now let me try it one more time. Bun run start. Sorry guys, the recording stopped. I did a little bit extra. I'll share what that was. But the important thing I did is I've changed my key bindings. So now when I press Control K, the cursor pop-up comes up, and when I press Command K, my terminal clears. So I'll be a little more productive now. The way I did that was I went to I Googled, reached this forum of theirs, and then eventually replaced the file or the key binding. All right. There you go. Since the recording cut, I just added a bunch of boilerplate endpoints. So /AI/training/AI/generate. This is to train a model. This is to generate a fresh model. This is to generate a new pack. Generate a bunch of images given a Valentine Day pack or an aeroplane pack. Get get all the packs that are currently present, basically the endpoint that will be hit on the screen to get this pack from the backend, and then finally /image to get a specific image. This is be used when you take a photo and you're polling it over here. So you'll send a request, is this photo done, is this photo done, and eventually when it is done, it'll render over here. Cool, that's pretty much it. The other thing I did was I was able to run it. So bun run start should run the process on port 8080. And if you go to package.json, this was the typo. I converted this into scripts. The next thing we should do is define two things. Number one, the schema of this endpoints, and number two, the schema of our application. The database. So let's first initialize the schema of the inputs. I'm going to do it in a separate package. The reason being, eventually the frontend will use some types from there. The frontend also needs to have access to those types before sending a request to the backend. So I'm going to create a fresh module called common, or types would be a good name, but let's go with common. Now let me initialize a package.json there. So cd.cd.cd packages / common bun init to initialize a package.json. We're going to call it at what should we name our module? I guess common is fine. So common entry point index.tss, fine. It generates everything for us. Here I'm going to create another file called types.ts. And here I'll write all of my types. Let me add Zod as a dependency. So bun add Zod. I've added Zod as a dependency. Import Z from Zod. And let's quickly write the types of inputs that the user can send. When they're generating or training a model, what inputs do they need to send? Const train model equal to z.object. And if you remember, the inputs that the user sends when you're creating a new model include name, which is a string. So name : z.string. Type, which is one of these. Man, woman, and other are the three options we'll keep for now. So type z.string of man. How do you create like an enum in Zod? Zod enums. Z.enum with the value. So Z.enum, it can either be man or be woman or be others. And keep going like this. This is where AI can help actually. So Command L to chat. So create all the types needed for the modal. And let's see if it's smart enough to understand this is photo AI and yep, that looks bad. So I'm going to stop this right now, close it, and I'm going to write it manually. Ethnicity z.enum again, which has the values white, black, Asian American, East Asian, white, black, Asian American, easy. East Asian, Southeast Asian, South Asian. Okie dokie. Middle Eastern. Pacific and Hispanic. All right, that's long. Good to go. A very long object. We should lint this file so it becomes cleaner. I'll add. We already have ESLint, and probably have to add prettier. But let me just make it a little cleaner to read right now. What else do we need here? Eye color brown, blue, hazel, green, and gray. So eye color brown, blue, hazel, gray. There's one more, but let's ignore it. Bold, which will be a boolean. And lastly, that's it. The last thing here is going to be a list of image URLs. I might contradict myself from the initial architecture and just send image blobs directly in the HTTP request. We will see. But for now, let's say it's image URLs. So it will be a z.array of z.string. That's it. That's our train model type. Let's export it. And similarly, export const generate image equal to z.object. Here we'll have to generate an image. What do we need? Just the prompt and the model ID, which model on top of which you want to build this image. Is it the Harkirat model? Is it the Raman model, or someone else? So model ID, z.string. What else? The other endpoints were \generate. So it will be export const generate images from prompt. Model ID and the pack ID, which will be again z.string. That should be good enough for now. This defines all of our input types: the train model endpoint, generate image endpoint, and generate images for prompt endpoint. I hope it's clear when these will be called. Train model will be called whenever you are training a fresh model. So when you click on create model over here, generate image will be called whenever I'm taking a new photo, or when I click on this take two photos button. So that probably means we should add a num field over here, which is how many images the user wants to create, 2, 3, 4, like that. And lastly, a generate images from prompt. Generate images from pack is a better name for it, because when the user clicks on one of these packs is when this endpoint will be called with these inputs. For this model ID, the user wants to create images for this pack ID. Great, that's the inputs. Let's export it from here. So let's go to package.json and add an exports section where we will export /types as /types.ts. This is how you export a package, and I'm going to import it in web backend /package.json. I'm going to add common as a dependency, which will depend on, question is, how do you do this in Bun? Let's look at the front ends package.json. Okay, it's by adding a star. So I'll add star over here. It's different for different package managers. For Bun, common star would mean I want common as a dependency, which is this new package that we have created over here. So now we have a fresh package that we just created, packages /common, that I'm using in my backend right now, app/backend. Eventually we'll use it in the front end as well. Let's do a global Bun install to install the dependencies, basically the common package, bring it to the backend. And now I can here write import what were the types that we exported, or import star from, well, let's just import the types individually. Train model, generate image, and one more from common /types. There you go. Train model, generate image from pack. Now at the top of all three of these post endpoints, we'll do some parsing, but we'll get there when we write the application logic. For now, let's start to design the database next. So let's write all of our schemas and connect them to the backend. For that, I'm going to again create a fresh package called Prisma. I am using Prisma. I'm not using their local Postgres offering. When the video recording stopped, I was going through how can you do Postgres DB in one. There aren't too many docs. The first one is to use like a Neon serverless package that will make us dependent on Neon. So did not go through with this. And then eventually when I was looking at their docs, this isn't the worst thing to do. Also, you can use their native SQL package that they have introduced, but you have to worry about migrations and types, things like these, which you won't get out of the box here. I'm hoping, okay, if you're using Prisma, under the hood, you're using this SQL native library that they have so that we get the speed benefits that this brings. But I'm just going to go with Prisma for now. So Postgres, one Prisma, let's follow this specific doc. Let's add Prisma as a dependency. So go to cursor, add Prisma as a dependency, one add, oh wait, wrong package. We shouldn't add it here, definitely in the root folder. We should create a fresh package called db, cd packages db. Let's do one init over here to create a package.json in this db folder. Entry point is index.ts. Here in this new db module, I'm going to add Prisma as a dependency. I'm going to do a one Prisma init or one x Prisma init. Oh, sorry. Let me delete the Prisma folder. I missed one thing. They are using SQLite here. We don't want SQLite as the default provider. We want Postgres. So let's do this, but replace this with PostgreSQL. And this will initialize a packages/Prisma folder. We'll be writing all of our models over here. I probably need some extension to make this look pretty. But okay, let's let it be for now. And one more thing we have to do is in our .n file, add our database URL. So here I'm going to get myself a database quickly from Neon. I am not going to create one from like locally. I can create one locally as well. Either is fine, but I'm just going to get one from here. I'm going to call it image gen. I'm going to copy these Postgres credentials, and this is my Postgres database in Neon. I'll eventually be putting all of my data in here. This is my local database, and for production, I'll have a different one. By the time the video comes, I'll change the credentials for this one as well. All right. Now comes the part of writing the schema of our application. So shall we design the schema, guys? Can you try it yourself if you're following along? What should the schema of this application look like? Should you have a users table, models table for all the models that have been trained, an images table for all the images that the user has, a packs table for all the packs that the admins have created, a Valentine Day pack, so on and so forth? That's probably it. But let's try to write it. Let's get into creating the schema of our application next. Alrighty, let's start designing the schema. I am hoping it should be straightforward for an application like this. A users table, I'm sure I'll miss something right now and then we'll eventually add, but abhikale what I can think of is a users table, a models table, which has, the age of the model, eye color, ethnicity, so on and so forth. And then images model, or images sounds right, images, which has all the images that have been generated, and then finally call it packs model, which has the Tinder pack, things like these, and every pack will have a list of prompts. For example, a Valentine pack over here is nothing but 10 prompts for 10 different images. So there'll be a foreign key relation over here. It's a one-to-many relationship. Every pack that you have, for example, the Valentine pack or the Tinder pack, is nothing but 10 different prompts in this prompts table. Every image that you see over here will have a foreign key relationship to the models table. So again, one-to-many. Every model will have many images that have been generated for them. Is there any other foreign key relationship that I'm missing? There are a bunch of foreign key relationships to the users table. For example, every user will have, let's say, 3 models that they have trained, and every image will be generated for a model which is related to an image. So we don't need a direct relationship over here. Even though it's not the worst thing to add, it'll make search easier later on. It'll make our database queries a little more performant if we add a foreign key relation like this, but this is slightly redundant. You don't really need to connect an image to a user. You just need to connect an image to a model, which will get connected to the user through this foreign key relationship. That's pretty much it. Although, since we're using Clerk, we'll have to sync our user database with the Clerk user database. As people come and sign up to our application, they'll get stored inside Clerk, and eventually through a webhook or through a process, we'll sync our users table with their users table. So it might be a good idea to not have strict foreign key relationships right now to the users table. Users table jo hai, even though we have it, it's actually slightly delayed. Our users table will slowly get populated as Clerk tells us a new user has signed in. So to avoid any foreign key problems, okay, we're trying to add a model for a user जो भी हमारे table में आया नहीं है. We're trying to add a model for a user that hasn't yet come to our database because Clerk hasn't yet told us that that user has signed up. I will not add explicit foreign key relationships here. But other than that, I think these 5 tables are good enough. I might be missing something, and if I am, we'll eventually add that. Let me add an extension. How do you add an extension here? Oh God, there you go. Nope. Extensions. There you go. Let me add Prisma over here so I can see some colors on the right. Install. Cool. Yeah, now I see some colors here. That looks good. Let me add a model for users which have an, let's call it username for now and not email, because username might be their email or phone number. I just have to see how Clerk does it, so I'm not sure right now. Let's just call it username for now, which is a string, an ID for now, which is a string, and at default to a UUID. What else? This is also be the ID of the table or the primary key. That's good enough. Since authentication is mostly outsourced to Clerk, we don't really need to store things again. Like the profile picture might not be the worst thing to store, honestly. Let's just put it, but let's keep it optional. Let's not have profile picture be a mandatory field, and that looks good for the users table. Then the models table, which will be have an ID, string at ID at default UUID. Every model will have, oh God, so we wrote all of this in a different file called types.ts. It'll have all of these things, so let's copy them over. It'll have a name, which will be a string. It'll have a type, which will be an enum, man, woman, or others. So let's create a new enum called type model type enum, which has 3 types for now, which were man, woman, and others. And let's make this model type enum. Age will just be a number, so an integer. Ethnicity, which will again be an enum. So let me copy all of these. This is where AI would have been helpful. Enum, ethnicity, enum. That looks good. Oh, Asian American East. There we go. That's the ethnicity enum. Then we'll have the eye color enum, which is again these 4 values. bald, which is a Boolean. There we go. I missed something. I missed one thing. In our original schema, every model will have a foreign key relationship to another table called training images, which is what images were used to train this specific model. So you shouldn't really store an array like this over here. You should have a foreign key relationship to another table called training images, which again has an ID and an image URL. I think these two are good enough. We'll define the relationships later. Let's just write all the schemas first. So I've written, let me move all the enums to the bottom of the file. I've written the users table, the models table, and the training images table. So that's this table, and this table. Now I need to define the tables at the bottom. Model output image, again ID, which is a string at ID at default UUID, image URL string. And that's it. I mean, model ID hoga, foreign key relationship bhi chahiye, but let me just write this for now. Model ID, which will be a string. So I've written the relationship parameter. I haven't really added a foreign key constraint. I'll add that very soon. If you don't understand those just foreign key constraint, just Google what a foreign key constraint is. And even in training images, I have to write the model ID. Okay, this is the training image for this specific model. That covers the fourth table. Then comes the fifth table called packs, which again has an ID. Has a name, Tinder pack, something like that. That's it. And lastly, we have the pack prompt, let me call it. Pack prompts. ID string at ID at default UUID prompt. That's it. And of course, the pack ID, which is a string. That's it. That's the 6 tables that we need. We might need more eventually, but for now, users, models, training images, output images, packs, and then pack prompts. I've written all the values and fields. I have not yet added foreign key relationships. As I said, we are not writing this foreign key relationship right now because the users table might not be synced with Clerk. So for that reason, that's one foreign key relationship we'll avoid for now. Everything else we'll add. So let's see the model table. We can't add this foreign key relationship, so don't have to worry about it. The training images table, which is this one right here, I need to add a foreign key relation from here to here. So I can say training images will be owned by a model of type model through this relationship fields equal to model ID, colon model ID. And I totally forgot. How do you add a foreign key relation in Prisma? AI would have helped here, or let's just enable it for a second and let's see if it helps us out. There you go. References ID is what we were missing. Tap to jump. What does that do? Okay, there you go. So what's the problem here? Expected a constant ID but received model ID. Oh, no, a string here. Cool. That's how you define one side of the relationship, and the other side will be there you go. Training images is an array of training images. So AI is great. So let's use AI for the rest of the foreign key relationships. The first one I've added, training image will have a model will have multiple training images, and similarly, every output image will be associated to a model. So model ID was already here. This is associated to a model, and every model has a bunch of output images. One thing I can already see is we are not relating output images to the user ID. we're not storing the user ID field here, and this will give us problems because front-end pay, when the user comes to the camera page, they just want to see all of their images. They don't care if it's for model 1 or model 2 or model 3. So I should store mildly redundant data here, which is the user ID for every user that we have in our table. For every image that we have in our table, let's store the user ID over here without explicitly defining the foreign key relationship. And what else? Packs doesn't have has a one-to-one relationship here. So here we'll have pack colon packs, and here we'll have every pack has a bunch of prompts. That's good enough. Another good thing to add is a seed.ts file right now. So let's go through the schema first. We have created the schema like we created in Excel draw, a users table which has an ID, a username, and a profile picture. Not the worst thing in the world to add a created and an updated at field over here. Model, which again, not the worst thing to add a created and an updated at field over here. Model has all of its properties, and which are specified as enums over here. Training images. Every model will have a bunch of images that it will train on. So that's what's defined over here. Output images, whenever the user takes a picture, this is the table that will get populated. And packs, the Valentine pack, the aeroplane pack, so on and so forth, and a bunch of prompts, like 10 prompts for one Valentine pack, which are, person holding flowers, person in front of a heart, so on and so forth. Cool. Output images should also have an updated and created at field, because it's based on this that we'll sort the images. When the user comes here, they want to see the latest photos first. So, this field will help us over there. And that's it. That's how you define the schema. The next step is to migrate the schema, which means tell our database, okay, these tables have to be created. npx or, bunx prisma migrate dev. This should create a database migration, which basically means, okay, after this command succeeds, if I will go to my Neon console and look at the tables, my tables will get populated over here. Since we're using an SQL database, we need to make sure, okay, we have to define our schema up front in the database, and that's what this command does. It runs a bunch of SQL queries on our table, and we'll see those tables over there. This will take some time because I'm not running a local database. I'm running it on the cloud. It's also serverless, so it might be sleeping right now. It will wake up with my Prisma migrate dev command, and that's why it's taking slightly longer. Let's wait for this to happen, then we'll proceed. Let's call the migration init as in initialize. Cool. That looks good. And now if I check my tables, I see 6 or 5, however many tables we had. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tables of ours and one Prisma, table that, don't worry about what that does. We have the schema, we have the database. One last thing to do is to create the Prisma client and export it from here. So npx bunx prisma generate to generate the Prisma client, and then export const Prisma client equal to new Prisma client, which we will import from at prisma/client. That looks good enough. One thing you should do here is convert this to a singleton for Next.js. Doesn't matter because our backend is not in Next.js. I wonder why. Why did we not write the backend in Next.js? We could have just done that. But okay, our separate services for now, and that's fine. And since the Next.js app is never going to, that suggestion looks right. By the way, yeah, does it? No, that looks wrong. But either way, this is good enough. Don't have to worry about anything else. Go to package.json, add an export over here. /index.ts works. So now I have a DB package which is exporting everything inside this index.ts, which is nothing but a Prisma client. And I can go to my backend in package.json, add another dependency called DB, do a global one install Once that succeeds, go to index.ts and start to import it. Import Prisma client from DB. That looks good, no type errors. Now I can start to finish the CRUD. So the next step is to take a response from the user, store it in the database. Take a response from the user, store it in the database. After that is done, then we'll understand how you talk to the AI, be it replicate, be it our self-hosted model or otherwise. So let's do that next. Let's finish the CRUD endpoints now that we have generated the schema of our application. All right, folks, let's complete the CRUD functionality. I'm going to write one of them myself, and then the rest would be done by AI. Hopefully, it's smart enough to do it. Over here, we need to first pass the request. So const parsed body equal to train model dot safe parse request dot body. That also means I need to add the dot use express dot json middleware. There we go. Next up, I need to check if not parsed body dot success, then return rest dot status 411 dot json message input incorrect. And as you can see, TypeScript is complaining here. That's because an express endpoint isn't expected to return anything. So let me write this first and then early return. And if the body is correct, then I just have to insert this in the database. So I'll do a await Prisma client dot model dot create make this async. What are the fields that we need here? Let's try to copy it from here. Data name, okay, a lot of them. So data name rec.body.name, and what else? Type in type. So type would be rec.body.type. Age would be rec.body.age. Ethnicity would be rec.body.ethnicity. Eyes bald, so eye color. Actually, this should be replaced with the parsed data. So, oh, whoopsie daisy. Parsed body dot data dot name, and lastly bald, which will be parsed body dot bald. Now I already see some issues with the enums. They don't look very different to me, sir. Property type man or this thing. Man, woman, others not assigned, but other is not assignable to this. Oh, it is called others. So let's just change it in one of the places. Let's call it others in our types.ts rather than calling it other. Okay, that fixes this one. What's the problem here? Asian American is not assignable type. What thing do you mean Asian American? How do you add spaces in Prisma schema? Asian American, is it an underscore? I think I could be wrong. Southeast Asian, South Asian, Middle Eastern. I think that should do it. I had to change my schema a little bit because we need spaces in the final entry that goes into the database. I think you have to add an underscore to do that. Let's confirm. Let's generate the client first, or we'll have to go to the packages/db folder, generate the client, root folder, bun install. I don't think this step is needed. If I go back, ethnicity is still a problem. Oh, there is an underscore here as well. How do you add spaces in a Prisma schema? Spaces in Prisma enum. Oh, I think I know what to do. I can probably do this. White. Nope. At map. All right. So at map, Asian American, at map, East Asian, at map, at map South Asian at map Eastern. All right, that should do it. Let's generate the client again. Let's see if that fixed it. Still seems problematic. Probably have to do a global bun install. Maybe have to restart TypeScript. Command Shift P, restart TypeScript server, and did not fix it. Still hasn't mapped. Okay. CD packages DB. Let's migrate the database. I think it's just the LSP not being happy. I could be wrong. Let's see. Let's migrate the database. Let's regenerate the client and see if it fixes. If not, then I'll just replace the other place with underscores or something like that. Slowest part of development is migrating your database. That's why you use local databases, guys. Updated enums, enter. I think already happened. My migration is named a little weird. It doesn't have a name basically, but that's fine. npx Prisma generate one more time. Let's see if that helps. Did not help. All right, I'm not going to spend more time here. I am going. Let me know how to fix this if someone figures it out. But I am going to get rid of all of these. I mean, we can keep them as well. Either way is fine. But I'm going to go to my types.ts and replace these with, Asian underscore American. You get the idea. Cool. I think that should do it. All right, that error has gone, and now eye color. Blue, do you mean Liu? All right, what does our schema look like? Do we have a color called Liu? We do. So let's replace this with blue. Let's replace this with hazel. And hopefully that's it. Migrate the database. Again, going to wait for some time. I'm going to call this change underscore color underscore enum with a typo over here. Cool. Client has been regenerated. npx Prisma generate to regenerate the client. One install globally, which is not really needed. But if I go back to our index.ts, I see the type errors have gone away, and now I can return the user back, probably the model ID. So const data equal to this, and model ID equal to data dot ID. There you go. Cool. That should finish the first endpoint. There's one problem here, which is I haven't added authentication at all. This is an open endpoint. Let me finish the CRUD and then I'll add that. Basically, I should also pass in a user ID here. I think every model will have a corresponding user ID if I'm not wrong. If I go back to the schema, every model needs to have, oh, I haven't added it here. Well, there goes the schema change. I also have to add user ID because every model needs to be associated to a user. Even though we don't have a foreign key constraint, we still need to specify, okay, this model is associated to this user. Am I missing it someplace else? Training images, that's fine. Model ID is good enough there. Output images, we have a user ID here. Everything else is fine. Cool, let's re-migrate the database. I'm going to name my migration. What did we do here? Added user underscore ID underscore field. Cool, that's done. And lastly, I'm going to generate the client again. And now the question is, what should the user ID be here? Should it be something random for now? We can do that. Or yeah, I mean, this doesn't matter. For now, it can be random. So let me just hard code a global user underscore ID here. Yeah, that's fine. And that's what I'm going to use, or shove in every database CRUD. But eventually, of course, this will get replaced with the user ID that comes from Clerk. We'll reach there when we reach there. AI/generate. Now let's let AI generate this endpoint. Let's let AI generate the /AI/generate endpoint. Oh God, finish this. Let's see. Beautiful. Await, find unique. Oh no, this is a post endpoint. What are you doing? Oh, it's just checking if the model exists or not. You don't really need that. You don't need the first DB call. Foreign key constraint will take care of it. There you go. Image is equal to output images dot create many, and yeah, this is also wrong. I'm just going to write it myself. So the first part was right. Okay, const parsed body equal to rectod. Let's see if cursor tab helps us here. That'll probably be easier. Pressing tab is much better than just offloading the whole task. It will be generate image. Yeah, there we go. There we go. That's good. And then here, all I have to do is this is to generate an image, right? Oh, by the way, I've missed something here. I also have to update the images table. We'll get there. But abhi ke liye, yahan pe I need to do const data equal to await Prisma client dot not image, but what do I create here? Schema dot Prisma output images. So I need to put an entry here, and also there should be another field here called status, and also prompt. Why did I not have the prompt here? And status, which will be one of few types. Enum, there we go. Pending generated failed. That looks good enough for now. Yeah, that looks good. Every model, every output image will have a status which will initially be pending. So let me add a default value here and eventually either be generated or failed. And is there an output image URL? There is. And the prompt, everything looks good. Cool. Let's re-migrate the database. Added status. It does generate the client automatically, so I don't have to run that command again. Let's go back here and put an entry in Prisma client dot generated. Sorry, output images dot create. Prompt is this, user ID is this, model ID is this. Let's return over here. What else is missing? Image URL. So this will be empty for now, and ideally it should just default over here. So image URL will initially be empty. Once we get back a response from these guys, file replicate is when we will populate it. So yeah, I can leave it empty for now, but I've added it as a default field, so we don't need it. Make it async, and that's good to go. That's all that should happen over here. Of course, there's things I'm missing. This isn't, I have to forward the request to an AI, but we'll get there. That's done, and pack/generate. This should generate a bunch of images for a specific pack. That means you have to put a bunch of entries in the database. So let's do that. Return output images dot create many. That looks correct. What is the data? Map. Unsure if that's what that is. What is this giving us? Generate images from pack. Oh, so this needs to be a little different. We first need to get all the images for that pack. So const prompts equal to await. There you go. Then we need to do a images equal to Prisma client dot output images dot create many prompts dot map. That looks perfect. And of course, we'll have to send this like multiple images to replicate right now, but let's not worry about it. Images equal to images dot map image ID. That looks perfect. Images dot. Wait, what is this? What does this return? Data select ID true. There you go. That should do it. Or include ID true. That doesn't do it either. Images का type क्या है? Batch payload. What exactly is batch payload? Let's see. How do you dot? It only has one field called count. How do I get all the IDs? Get IDs of created elements. Seems like there's an issue in Prisma. Wow, a lot of people want it. Come on, someone has an answer. Could hack around it, which we might have to use. Seems like there's another solution. Oh, create many and return. Perfect. Beautiful. Issues that help. Let's give it a heart. Cool. So images dot map image dot id. Perfect. And that's it. ऊपर वाले में what are we returning? Image ID. Cool. That should finish the CRUD functionality for training a model, generating a single image, generating a bunch of images from a pack. Lastly, getting all the current packs. So that should be simple enough. No, const packs equal to, there you go. Nope, don't need any of this. We'll get all of them. And then rest.json packs, that's good enough. What else? It's a get request. So we don't need any of this. We don't need any of this. Simply return all the packs to the user. Probably a good idea to add some caching here. We'll do that eventually. And then get an image. So you should probably get the image ID in a URL. Unsure why we would need this. We probably need like a bulk endpoint for a bunch of images. So let's do image/bulk, and the user can just send a single ID if that's what they want. So here we need to take an array as an input. Rec dot query dot images as string array. I am unsure if you can do that. This we'll have to test. I'm unsure if you can pass images as a query param, which is an array, and get that as an array over here. I think this will be a string, not a string array, but we'll see. Oh, actually, I know what to do here. I'll show you in Postman very soon. But images data equal dot images dot find many where, so there where ID is this thing and user ID is user ID. You should not be able to see other people's images even if you have their ID. So you have to add this other constraint to make sure, okay, if someone's asking for an ID, they indeed are asking for their own images and not someone else's images. And other than that, res.json images is good enough. And yeah, I need to test this one. So let me quickly do that. Seems like we're finished as well. That was quick. Let's just test the last endpoint. That's the only one I'm worried about. So, oh, this should have pagination also, by the way. So const limit equal to rec.query.limit and const offset equal to rec.query.offset. You don't need typecasting here, but that's fine. And yahan pe, yeah, there you go. Skip, offset, take limit. Good. You need to make sure the person get the first 20 images and the next 20 images, the next 20 images, so on and so forth. Also, good idea to limit the limit, as in not have it be infinite. But that's fine. Also, parse int isn't the worst idea in the world. Oh, yeah, you don't need to parse int here. Actually, the other approach was better. Actually, I don't know. We'll see. Let's test it. This endpoint, let's test a little bit. I'm unsure. There might be some small things we're missing. So, bund dev to start. Oh, it only starts the front end and not the back end. We should add a script, a dev script over here. So backend / package.json, add a dev script, which I'm not sure if it should be any different from the start script. CD apps, backend, and run dev. Index.ts in backend has an import to types. Unsure when I added that. All right, localhost 8080. The only endpoint I want to test is /images/bulk !, limit equal to 10 and offset equal to 10 and images equal to a.png and images equal to b.png and images equal to c.png. Can't get /images/bulk because it's /image/bulk. And now if I hit this one, it gets stuck. Yeah, that worked. Images empty array. So nothing wrong here. What if I forget to send the limit? Crashes. Yeah. Limit is, let's say, 0 and offset is 0 and limit is 10 by default, let's say. Let's make it a string. Let's make it a string. Alrighty, let's try it one more time. Refresh, and this time it works even without, the limit. If I remove the offset, it should probably still work. And the other thing I wanted to test is, do I get an array of strings over here? So if I log images, is it actually an array of images? Yeah, there we go. Everything looks perfect. Wait, this is image IDs and not images. I mean, we can name it whatever we want, but yeah, let's name it IDs. Where ID in IDs, cool. That looks good enough. Not the worst idea in the world to write tests. Should we write quick tests or should we proceed? I don't know, let me think. But other than that, the CRUD functionality is done. The next steps are adding authentication, writing the front end, and adding all the replicate calls. The most difficult bit here looks like adding the replicate calls. So let's do that next. Let's decide which external service are we using for training the model and generating the images, and let's just pick one of them and start sending requests there, start receiving webhooks from them, so on and so forth, and go from there. So let's talk about that in the next section. Let's do the AI bits in the next one. Got it. Alrighty, folks. Next up, we're going to start training our model. So as I said, the model that we're using is this model called Flux. You might have heard of it. It's a very popular image generation model now. It was, I think, released around 6 months ago. There are other image generation models. This is the best one. I used to use a different one before, and now all the images that we're generating have this Flux icon right here, which means this is the same model that they use. Unsure if they self-host or not, in the end doesn't matter. We are not self-hosting. We're using this platform called FalAI. We already use this for a bunch of our YouTube generations. And the way it works is, it has these things called apps. You can have an app for image to text, or did I say image to text? Probably image to text also, but yeah, text to image, image to 3D, text to voice, text to text for, or LLM, things like these. They're just an API wrapper, and they have a bunch of models behind, some self-hosted, some a wrapper on top of ChatGPT, so on and so forth. The one that we're going to use is this Flux LoRa fast training. They have two Flux LoRa training models. I don't know what the other one's called, probably Flux LoRa training or something. Flux LoRa general training. But this is the one that they recommend now. This is what we used to use before. Now we use this one. Once you open this specific app, so you can go to fal.ai/models/fal-ai/Flux LoRa fast training. You can train a new model over here. As you can see, I already have 2 models trained, one of them on my face and a different one. What we can do is add a bunch of images over here and click on start. That will train the model. And then once the model is trained, you see it over here. You can run an inference on it, which pretty much means you're trying to generate an image. Given this specific, these weights or this specific model's training parameters, and if I write something like Harkirat or man in front of a running train, it'll generate the image for me. They have this GUI, but they also have an API that we can use. That's what we'll be focusing on today. They have an API for training the model. They have an API for generating the image. Both these APIs, you can provide them a webhook, so it'll hit your webhook whenever the training is done. That does not look like me. Maybe this is someone else's face, or I could be wrong. But either way, that looks really bad. Let's try to increase this. This basically means, how much the face, how much preference you want to give to these weights, which let's say you want to give it a lot of preference. Sorry, this is someone else's face I trained. I'll have to back in a second. All right, this is the right model. And as you can see, the prompt is man standing in front of a train, and this sort of looks like me and these guys as well. Now let's understand how can you use the training model, which was Flux LoRa fast training. How can you train the specific model, and how can you, given you've trained the model, how can you start to use it to generate images? So this is the first one we have to call via an API. I don't have a GUI through which I'm going to upload images. I'm going to send the images through this API. So they have, well, they have a Node.js client. I'm not going to use it because we want to keep it generic and eventually move off to, a different provider like Replicate or self-host. Probably in that case also doesn't matter. We can actually use their client. So let's just use their client. If I mean, let me just read through this. First training. Yeah, that looks good enough. I think that's not the worst idea in the world to just use their client. The other thing I was originally thinking of doing was just sending an HTTP request using Axios or something, but I think that this one's fine. So let's open their JavaScript SDK. Let's select Bun over here and go to Visual Studio. Go to Cursor and install Bun add file slash client. Export file equal to something. So let's create a .env file. If I'm not wrong, .env files get picked up automatically in Bun, where I'm going to add my file key, which is, where can I get it from? Account, API keys, add a key, let's call it image generation, delete soon. So I just remember that I have to delete it so you guys don't blow up the balance that I have. This is the API key. Let me paste it over here. And let's see if Bun picks it up automatically. I think that happens, but of course I could be wrong. Console.log process.env file key. Bun run dev, and I do see it. So good to go. We don't have to add any external dependency. Now let's create a folder called AI models training. I think models is fine. Let's create like, so there's this pattern in JavaScript, very common pattern called the strategy pattern. It's used, I've primarily used it to switch between video providers in a few companies, but this feels like an apt use case of it. Okay, we want to keep switching between Replicate or a different model. So what I want to do here is implement that strategy pattern. You can read about it. I don't even remember how it very well, but long story short, you have like a base class and everyone implementing the base class, and then you can switch strategies between one to another. So let me create like a base model.ts file which exports a class called base model, which doesn't need to take anything as an input. Has a private async function called generate image and a private async function called train model. I think that's good enough. I don't think I need anything else. One to train a model, one to generate an image, and train model will take input images, which is a string array as an input. This will take a prompt as an input and maybe the model ID as an input. Sorry, not a model ID, a trigger word as an input actually. I'll come to what a trigger word is, but basically whenever you're training a model, you can give it a trigger word, which basically means whenever you're writing, when I'm training it, I can give it a trigger word. Whenever I'm writing the prompt, I can mention the trigger word and then that person's image will come, right? So that's another input to train model, my bad. Trigger word, there you go. What are the inputs to train model? What are the inputs to train model? Images and a trigger word. Images and a trigger word. What are the inputs to generate image? Which is, this second UI right here. It's just the prompt that you need, and actually the path as well. Prompt and a tensor path, which is a string, which basically will be, this specific URL where your weights are hosted. Yeah, these two things are enough for the generate image function. Cool. This is what our base model looks like. This can also be like an abstract class and any parent class that I'm creating. For example, I'm going to create a fal AI model.ts. Export class file AI model extends base model. Implements base model. Abstract classes. Am I missing something? Abstract classes don't have function implementations. abstract classes in JS. We can actually just Google the strategy pattern, but let's see. Class this thing. Are you telling me there's no concept of abstract classes in TypeScript or JavaScript? I would be super surprised if that's the case. Seems like there isn't. Okay, we can just have a base class. I'm not going to spend too much time here. But I could have sworn there's this concept of abstract classes. If not, we can also create an interface over here, but here, let's not go there. Let's just extend the base model and override the generate image function, which, yeah, we can send an API request. I'm unsure if this is right. So I'm just going to use the FAL.ai client for generating image, for generating an image. What inputs do you send? Await fal.subscribe flux the prompt on queue update. Oh, very interesting. We probably might not even need a webhook over here, it seems. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, there you go, queue. This might be the better. I mean, honestly, for image generation, the first approach also isn't the worst. Okay, you subscribe, which basically means you send a request to fal, and you're waiting for the event, the image to get generated, and once it gets generated, the control reaches from here to here. You can store it in the database. That is good. I don't hate that. I'm unsure if we can do that for training, because training is a really long process. But for image generation, you can do this. Or you can use the webhook approach, which we'll be using for training. Either is fine. I'm just going to go with this. This looks simple enough. So import file from fal.ai client, and let's see, generate image. Const result equal to await fal.subscribe flux LoRa input prompt, which is going to be the prompt that the user sent us, and let's see, what is the other input here? LoRa's RAS, what does that look like? Array for await, path, scale, and force. So the first one, path is this, and scale is 1. So yeah, basically what is happening here is we're calling this specific model, which is, if you look at the UI, it is this thing right here. We're calling it with a specific prompt that I'm passing over here, that comes in this function as an input, and I'm giving it just one weight path right now. You can give it multiple weights. If I want to create a baby face of me and someone else, I can add their path to their weights over here, and select scale 1 for both of them, and you'll find a baby of 2 humans, or if you want 3 as well. So right now we only support one specific user model for image generation. So I just have a single path that we're giving a scale of 1 to, which means we're not very heavily using their face also, and not too lightly. If I increase this number, then you'll see a very Harkirat face. But if you use something like 0.1, you'll see a very model Harkirat face. So that's one is what we use on the UI usually. So that's what I'm using here as well. And that's it. Let's make logs false. I don't really need any logs here. I actually don't need this either. I don't want to store the logs somewhere. I can actually get rid of all of this. This much is good enough. And return result is fine. Yeah, that looks right. Result of flux LoRa output. So throw here. That's fine. We'll use it eventually. That's the first one, and the second one is train model. Now, this one is not that easy. You can't really do a function call and wait for some time and then eventually wait for the results. Why? Because backends go up and down very often. In fact, for the same reason, I think this is a bad idea to do. If this takes 5 seconds and your backend crashes in the middle, the user will never see their updated image. So that's bad. I generally don't like this approach either. We might change this, but over here for sure we can't use this image. We can't really subscribe to something for 30 minutes. So we will have to hit fal.ai, tell them we want to train this model, and then eventually FALI will hit our backend on a webhook, which is when we will update the database. So what I'm going to do is this training API. Wow, they also have this approach, but yeah, I would not do that. Use that. That would be very simple. Whereas honestly, life would be so much easier if we could use this, but not a good idea. As you can see, the third point over here says for long-running queues, such as training jobs or models with slower inference times, it is recommended to check the queue status and rely on webhooks instead of blocking while waiting for the results. So what is happening over here? You are blocking while you're waiting for the results. What will happen later on? Okay, you'll submit it, and eventually asynchronously your backend will get hit on a specific webhook, which is where you will update the status in the database. So let's use the second approach, and I would say we should use the second approach for both the use cases, even generate image. Let's use it for this one first. Const request ID is file.queue.submit. This is the model to train. Input images is a string array. All right. So one quick thing here, like this. Unfortunately, let's see. I don't know what does image data URL have to be. URL to zip archive with images. Try to use at least 4 images. In addition to images, the archive can contain text files with captions. Each text file should have the same so this needs to be a zip. This can't be an array of strings, which is why our backend needs to perform some more work here. Originally, I thought of the Redis architecture and was thinking if we should implement it right now. The answer probably is yes. So yeah, this will not take that images as an input. It will take a zip URL as an input, which is a string. And that's what we'll pass over here. And webhook, let me create an environment variable called webhook_URL, which I'm going to, for now, just hardcode to localhost :8080/fali/webhook. So yeah, webhook URL /fali/webhook over here, and here let me get rid of everything. There we go. That's our webhook. Let's say base_URL, and here I'm going to write webhook base_URL /fali/webhook. That looks good. So what will happen is you'll submit this, and eventually this endpoint will get hit, which means in our HTTP server we need another endpoint called, I think it should be a post endpoint. Most webhooks are posts, so /fali/webhook. Let's just log the body for now, but eventually, of course, we'll have to update the status of the image in the DB. There you go. Cool. That sounds simple enough. Train model is submitting it, and now here I should store this in the database. Okay, this request ID is for or let me just return request ID over here. Yeah, let me return request ID here, and similarly, I would just use the webhook approach here as well. So it will not be .subscribe, it will be .queue.submit, and we will get back a result ID. That result ID is what I'm going to store somewhere in the database. And then there's this other thing I will get, response URL. Let me dump this in the database as well. No reason to do it, but let me still do it. So I'm going to return request ID, response URL. I'm going to return request ID, response URL here. All right, that looks decent. We have a FAL AI model which has a generate image function that we can call that will forward this request to FAL AI to generate an image, given a prompt and given a tensor path, and then a train model function that takes a zip URL, which is a URL to a zip which has all of your images, and a trigger word as an input, and this trigger word we can send it as an input over here. Cool. Train model. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, that's good enough. Cool. So FAL AI model is done. Now comes the difficult bit. When the user hits the training endpoint, we need to write the process of, I guess before that, Before that, let me finish the webhook. So our webhook, there are two webhooks that we need to create. /fali/webhook/ actually one might be enough. Let's see what the webhook returns. Webhooks, what will it return? Yeah, this is what the successful webhook hit would return. Images like this, and in the other case, I would assume a tensor path. Yeah, we'll have to check that. Okay, let's create separate endpoints. /fali/webhook/train and another one for /fali/webhook/image. This one for training a model, this one for generating an image. So let me change things over here. The webhook URL is /fali/webhook/image. Over here, it will be /fali/webhook/train. Now I need to see the final output here to write the DB query, but it will be something around the lines of request ID is this, and then for train in my DB schema, model, there you go. Let's add a new argument here called trigger word, which is an optional string, and a tensor path, which is also an optional string. This is what will get updated. Also, model doesn't have a status right now. Model should also have a status, which is, it needs to be one of model training enum status. It will be pending generated failed. I think that's good enough. So let's add a status here, which by default is pending. And now in my fal AI model.ts, we submit it, and whenever our webhook gets hit, specifically the training webhook gets hit, this request ID also we need to store in the database. So let me write another field here called fal AI request ID, which is an optional string, not optional. Yeah, let's make this mandatory. And well, let's keep it optional. We have multiple providers, and similarly for every image that's being trained, output image. For every output image, there will be a fal AI request ID, which will be a string that's optional. Cool. So now when I go here and we get back a request ID and response URL, I should probably also store this. Nah, I don't think I have to worry about the response URL. So index.ts request ID is this, and all I have to do is await Prisma client.model, dot update, where fal AI request ID is this, set training status to be completed, and tensor path to be rec.body.tensor path. That looks good. And similarly for this one, const request ID is rec.body.request ID. Image ID is probably something that's not needed. Request ID ke basis pe we have to, where fal AI request ID is request ID, set status to be generated, and image URL to be rec.body.image_URL. That looks right. Of course, I'm unsure if this is what the backend returns, and this is what comes in the webhook. I'm unsure of the schema of the webhook, but everything else looks decent. Let me migrate the database so I don't see the type errors. Packages db migrate dev. Can't reach the database. I don't think my VPN is connected. No. All right. I was able to migrate the database. That should get rid of these. Let's see. Complete is not. Actually, you don't. Yeah, we don't need this. What is the final status, guys? It is generated. So let's replace this with generated, and probably the same thing over in the other webhook that is generated already. The only problem is this. Probably need to create an index. Yeah. Where actually I don't know. Request ID. What's the error over here? Yeah. Request ID is this thing as string. Does that fix it? Model where input has a bunch of things, and Prisma dot at least either the first part or ID, and the first part has a bunch of optional parameters. One of them being fal AI request ID, which is string nullable filter of model or string, which is what we're passing. So why is that a problem? Oh, no, that's fine. Model where Prisma dot at least this comma ID. All right. I think I know what this is. File AI request ID. Let's add an index over here. How do you add indexes? Add index file AI request ID. Over here. Same thing is going to happen in over here. Let's remigrate the database. Unsure why Prisma. I mean, I don't know if this will fix it, but I think I've seen this in the past where, if you want to query by a specific parameter, you have to index it. I could be wrong, but I think this might be just Prisma helping you out. Okay, you are searching by a specific parameter. Good idea to index it. But I could be wrong. And again, this is happening. I don't have my VPN on. It's just NeonDB can be unreliable from time to time. It's not unreliable when your final backend is deployed on AWS in production, but locally when you do it, it becomes problematic. So we'll wait. All right, I've added the index. Let's see if that fixes it. If I go back to index.ts, did not fix it. Where model where inputs Prisma at least. I think I have regenerated the client. Let me retry it. Not that that should change anything. It does not change anything. Okay, I was wrong on that. Yeah, I was wrong on that. Update in Prisma based on random attribute. Use any filter here, it says, but why does that not work for me? Update. Yeah, that should work, right? That's what I'm saying. Why are you so problematic? Why are you crying? File requested is a string, right? It is a string indeed. And so if you type password to string is not assignable type, so not going to type ID string. And yeah, for some reason it expects ID. Why is that? Prisma update expects ID. Prisma needs to uniquely identify single. That makes sense. Update many. That does it. Oh god, that was simple. But we got an index in return, so that's good. Cool. Update many. Yeah, that looks good. So the webhooks are done, of course, assuming this is the schema that we get back. I think a few of these things we can already get from the webhooks section here. So if I go to API, if I go to webhooks, let's see what is it. I would assume it's the same thing that this guy returns: result.data, result.request ID. No, it looks something different. Yeah, we'll have to see what the webhooks return eventually. Let's assume the schema is right for now. That includes this request ID and the tensor path over here and the image URL over here. Everything looks good other than the fact that the user is going to give us a bunch of image URLs when they're training the models. When they hit the training endpoint, we do get a list of image URLs. We need to zip them up and send the final zip over. So the question is, what's the easiest way for us to take the images that the user gave us, zip them up, send them to S3, and then send the image URL somewhere else. So this is where I would love to see the new S3 client that these guys have, native S3 client that Bunch.js has. So S3 client dot, wait, what's the problem here? Bunch.js S3. Yeah, how do you put that? Oh, import S3 from Bunch. That makes sense. Cool, that looks good. Yeah, we'll see how to proceed from here. Most probably this S3 client is what we'll be using. That finishes the FAL AI integrations. The only thing that's left is for us to call over here in /AI/generate. I need to call, let me create a global variable called const FAL AI client equal to new FAL AI model, or let me just call it FAL AI model. And let me do a FAL AI model dot train with the trigger name can just be the name dot the hell. Oh, this is a private function, my bad. Let's make this function public, guys. Both the functions need to be public. All right, let's go back here and now call FAL AI model dot. This will be train model, and this is fine. The trigger name. The first thing is we need to get, which is the zip URL that we need to create. Const zip, no, not that, that's good enough. Const request ID equal to this, and this request ID is what I'll store in the database here as well. FAL AI request ID is this, and the same thing we have to do here. And thankfully here we don't have to do anything extra, S3 or otherwise. The only thing I have to do is await const request underscore ID equal to await FAL AI model dot generate image, the prompt and the tensor path. So yeah, const model equal to Prisma.model.find unique, the specific model ID. And here I'm not going to send this, I'm going to send model dot tensor path. There we go. That looks good. In fact, we should do this. If not model or not model.tensorPath. Then let the user know that the model is not found. Get the request ID and store it over here. Perfect. That's good enough. This is the initial entry for output images, and then eventually the webhook will populate it. Cool. What's left? Now it's the actual S3 integration. So let's write the logic of. I'm now tempted to do this in memory, honestly, but because of lack of time, let me think which one of these approaches we'll take. But yeah, that's the only part that's left now. Well, the packs are left, so there's a lot to do right now. But yeah, let me think over, if we're going to do it here directly in the HTTP server, or are we going to write a different microservice that does it? If you're writing a different microservice, I'll probably have to speed through it because we're short on time here. So give me a second, let me decide, and then let's move forward with the S3 integration that includes front-end wala part to baad mein, but abhi ke liye, just the backend bit of taking the image URLs, creating the zip file, and then forwarding that URL to FAL.ai. All right, we've been saved by a library called JSLib. I think our architecture is going to be much more simplified now. Originally, if you remember, the architecture looked, well, it had like Redis for one of the endpoints, and you had to go through a very asynchronous architecture. We don't have to do that anymore, because if this is the user's browser, and let's say the user has 20 images that they want to upload from their local file system, what we can do is we can take all of these 20 images and convert them into a zip directly on the client. So that means we have the zip in the browser, and it can go directly from the browser to S3, and then the user can get back a URL, and that URL is what they forward us in the request to the HTTP server. That means we never have to interact with S3. We never have to write a worker that's zipping things. We don't have to write a zipping worker. All of that is handled inside the browser of the user directly. That also means we're not expecting an array of images anymore as an input. We're just expecting a zip URL. So if I go to index.ts, Prisma model create, is there a zip URL? There isn't one in Prisma.schema. Not the worst thing to add. So in Prisma.schema, the model table, let's add a zip URL, which is required. Let's migrate the database, and while that is happening, also get rid of the training images table, because you don't really have access to individual image URLs anymore. We only have access to a zip URL that the user gives us, and that's fine. If we want eventually, if the user wants to see one of their trains and what images they use there, then we might have to reintroduce this. But for now, we can get rid of this. It's the zip URL is what the user gives us. It's what we send to FAL.ai. It's what we dump in the database as well. So let me try to remigrate, and while that is happening, let me go to index.ts and simply, there you go, forward the zip URL over here. Now comes the challenging bit of doing this on the front end. So for that, we'll have to use something called pre-signed URLs, which is the standard way to store things in S3 from a browser. The way it works is, before you are actually sending anything to S3, the first thing that you actually do is you ask the backend for a pre-signed URLs. Pre-signed URL, as the name suggests, the HTTP server is going to sign. This browser is now allowed to send things to our S3. By default, you should not let any browser send something to S3. It should be there should be some level of access control, right? The browser should only be able to send, let's say, 500 MB worth of files, or should be only be able to send a zip file, or should be only allowed to upload files for the next 30 minutes, things like these. So that is what you can control in this HTTP endpoint. You can tell, hey, I'm generating a pre-signed URL. This person is allowed to upload zip files to our S3 for the next half an hour. You return the pre-signed URL here. The user simply sends a request to the pre-signed URL and stores their zip file over there. So this is the architecture we're going to follow. That means we have to expose an endpoint for, the pre-signed URL, and let's see what AI did. S3.get signed URL, get pre-signed URL, not a function. Okay, let's go through Bun.js S3 docs and let's see how can you generate a pre-signed URL. S3 client from Bun credentials is this thing. All right. Cool, that's it. So don't import S3, import the S3 client. Credentials, let's store in the .n file that will include the S3 access PID, S3 secret key, and the bucket doesn't have to be a secret, but this is fine. And we might not be using S3. We might be using R2, which is, Cloudflare's answer to S3. So, I'm going to replace this with our R2 URL, and so will the access key and access secret. Let's quickly do that. Let's go to cloudflare.com. So I'm not using S3 because I don't have an AWS access to an AWS machine right now, or whatever account right now. I'm going to use Cloudflare, which has a very similar offering. But for that, I need to log into this email, which I hope I remember the password for. Because if I don't, oh God, forgot password. I'm sure there's a recovery email somewhere here. Yeah. You still sign in these devices, that's fine. Let's see if we can do it again. Cloudflare.com, sign in with Google to this email. And now I have my Cloudflare account where I think you have to put in a card. I could be wrong. But I think you need to put in a card if you want to use R2, which is what we're using. R2 is their object store. And what we can do is create a new bucket here called, models or photo AI. This is fine. And this is fine. Cool. We have a bucket called photo AI. So let me rename this to photo AI. We have access key and access secret, S3 API. I think that's what the endpoint is going to be. I could be wrong. I think the last endpoint might change. We'll see. And where do you get the access key and the access secret? Oh, that's no, that's the public URL. I think we should allow access over here for now, so that all our images are publicly available to file AI. What I'm looking for is access key and access secret. API tokens, create API tokens, R2 token. Object read and write is good enough. That's fine. Cool. This is my access key ID. This is my access secret. I will of course revoke it by the time the video goes out. This is my bucket URL. This is the endpoint. Great. Yeah, that looks good. Cool. Now I should be able to do a S3 client dot pre-sign. What did the API look like? My file and expires it. All right. So bucket key would be an interesting one. Key can be a random ID, honestly. Key would be models / a random ID.zip. So did not probably better. There's probably a better word over here, or sorry, a better name over here. But I'm just going to select something. Expires in, what's that, 5 minutes? That looks good. pre-sign, name of the file, which I'm going to call this. Hold on. Yeah, I think that's fine then. Name of the file, bucket. Do you need the key? I don't know. Probably need the key. Expires in, and the credentials are going to be, access key ID, access secret, endpoint. Yeah, that looks good. Let's return the URL. Let's see, does it work? You don't have to await it, have you? Okay, cool. Yeah. All right, that looks good. Let's name this migration, remove images. Wait for it to finish. But while that happens, wait for that to happen because we have a TypeScript error. It will not work without it. And I think the database sort of slept because we're using a serverless database. So while that is happening, let's talk. I don't know. How's the job hunt going, guys? Where are you guys applying? What are the companies that are common these days for you guys to apply? Who has a 100K offer here, or I don't know, better? What is life, universe, and everything? God, I'll have to do DSA for college now. We'll probably hire someone as well, but that's one thing I'll have to sort of own now because it has to be part of a college curriculum. Even though I feel at some point it's going to get fairly redundant, especially when it comes to interviews. But who am I? That's taking too long. Let's try that one more time. Alrighty, that succeeded. Let's run the application. So cd app/backend npm run dev. Let's try to hit the pre-signed URL endpoint. So localhost : 8080/pre-signed URL. Did not get back a response. Why is that? Undefined object pre-sign. Undefined is not an object. Evaluating s3 client.presign console.log s3 client console.log s3 client.presign. Run it again, visit it again, and something is undefined here. Seems like s3 client itself is undefined. Where does it comes from here? It looks right. Console.log s3 client. S3 client is undefined. Do you have to install it deliberately? Does not come bundled with bun. What version of bun does this require? What version of bun am I? Have I not upgraded my bun dash version? I probably haven't. It's been a while. Bun latest release is 1.2 point something or 1 something. So bun upgrade. All right. Now let's do npm run dev, and there you go. We see something, so that should do it. nd pre-signed URL, and I do get back a very long pre-signed URL. That is great. And we can use this pre-signed URL on the front end to eventually upload images somewhere. And that's the URL that the user gets. I should also proudly return the prefix, or what do you call it? The key maybe. So const key equal to this thing, and replace this with key, and then return the key over here. Perfect. That looks great. Yeah, cursor is pretty cool, man. It knew where to jump. All right, I think we're good on the back end. Let's start with the front end now, because I don't think there's anything left in the back end anymore, and thankfully it's much more manageable thanks to us delegating a lot of things to the front end. So next steps are going to be, we already have apps/web/app/ whatever. page.tsx. Has a bunch of things. Let's get rid of all of the things here and let's start writing the front end. I'm sure I'm missing things in the backend. I'm sure the database schema needs to change. But right now we have a pre-signed URL for uploading a zip file. Training to start training, generate to start generate an image, /backslash generate to, this one's not done, is it? Yeah, this isn't done. But thankfully, it should be as simple as doing a bunch of file AI calls here. So prompts dot, come on, for each. There you go, perfect. Request ID is this, and yeah. Yeah, what I can do is let request underscore IDs, or whatever request ID is equal to an empty string array, and I can say await promise dot all problem here. All right. Perfect. That's exactly what we needed. Perfect. And I don't think we need any of. All right. Prompts dot for each. Oh no, sorry. Dot map. My bad. Cool. Await promise dot all prompt dot map file originate image, which will send an HTTP request. So we'll be sending like 10 HTTP requests for the 10 images that the user is generating for this pack, and then they will get updated by the webhook. So that's simple enough. So great. That was not too difficult. /generate, maybe get all the prompts for the specific pack. We generate a bunch of request IDs, and then over here, we store them in the database. Over here, whenever the webhook gets called for the image, it will get updated, which will be 10 webhook calls for 10 pack images that have been created. Alrighty, backend is done. Can be structured better. We have dumped everything in a single file. If you split it out, happy to do that soon enough. I think that there's more glass to chew here in terms of adding replicate here and then adding an A/B testing model to see which one's better, so on and so forth. But okay, let's not go there. Let's move on to the front end now. We've spent around, I don't know, 3 hours on the back end now. I was expecting half the time. I did not anticipate a few things. Also, we got lucky with a few things. Let's move to the front end next and try to build it. We'll start with the most difficult bit, which is going to be uploading the images, and then it's just a bunch of API calls, and then it's a lot of front end polishing, which is going to take most of the time. So let's get into the front end next. All right, we already have a Next.js application. Let's look at it. We have apps/page.tsx. If I return hi there over here, and let me go to the front end and done it. npm run dev, and I will see that we have a hi there printed on the middle of the screen. Now comes the question: do we already have Tailwind in here? And seems like we don't. And we probably should add Tailwind and ShadCN. I want to, not own the design system at all and depend heavily on, whatever the next on the shoulders of giants. So let's do that. Let's follow the steps. I'm facing some issues in the recent, Tailwind and ShadCN integrations in React projects. I'm unsure if it will happen in React next project. Let's see. Oh wait, we've added support for React 19 and Tailwind v4 in the Canary release. Yeah, there you go. I think that's what the problem is. I think Tailwind v4 is a little different. What do we have in here? We don't have Tailwind at all. So let's see. when you install ShadCN, do you install Tailwind along with it? I don't know. But I think you need Tailwind already installed. So I don't think this will be enough. And to avoid, I don't know. Yeah, let's try a few things. Let's definitely not try it without Tailwind. I don't think it will work without Tailwind. But I also think if I follow the new v4 docs, it will not work for me. Framework guides, Next.js, let's see. All right, let's try it out. I have a feeling this will not work. Bun install. Also, we're using bun, so I'm sure that comes with its own set of challenges. Global.css. Remove everything and import Tailwind CSS. It seems like that's it. Let's try using a few Tailwind classes in page.tsx. And moment of truth. Yeah, that worked. So I was able to install Tailwind. Now let's try ShadCN. Yeah. No import is found. Next. All right. I'm pretty sure that's because we're using v4. So we have added full support in Canary release. See the Tailwind v4 docs for more information. An update on Tailwind v4. It's here. Yeah, that's fine. That's what we're using right now, right? Tailwind version 4. We can either downgrade also, but let's see what this does. So let's try. Oh, this should probably be Bunex ShadCN add canary init. All right. Okay, there's one thing that's left, which is adding import aliases, which shouldn't be too difficult. No import alias found in tsconfig.json. Base URL dot and paths /star /star. I think that should do it. Let's try it out. No import aliases. I don't see it here, but I'm sure I'll find it somewhere else. Compiler options base URL dot and paths /star is /star. Why is this not working? Yes. There you go. References. I don't think that's needed, but oh, this is outside. My bad. Compiler options and remove that. That should do it. Let's try it now. All right. Let's default the default values. Select the default themes and values everywhere. And now let's try to use their button component and see what it looks like. So Bunex ShadCN at latest add button. That adds a button component over here. Let's try to use it in page.tsx. Component /button.tsx exports button, right? So why can I not import button from not this, from @ slash component slash UI slash button. All right. Let's see what that looks like. Can't say this looks like a ShadCN button. Variant equal to outline, still don't see anything, so that's not great. Oh wait, seems like Tailwind isn't working. This was just H1. Underline, I don't see underline here. Yeah, so Tailwind isn't configured correctly. That's not great. Let's see. Wait, we've not done this, so let's do that. Post yes, I don't see it. Next.js, install the dependencies. I should have used one, not that it matters anymore. All right. Create a postcss.config.mjs in the root folder of your project. So here postcss.config.mjs. Yep, that looks good. And copy this. All right, let's try it now. I was definitely missing something. All right, that looks good. I have a ShadCN button. I have an underline, whatever this is. So that's great. Let me go back here to page.tsx, get rid of the H1, just have the button. And now let's try to, yeah, that looks good. Let's try to create the very first page that we have, which is going to be the training page. So I'm going to create app/train/page.tsx, export default function train, and if I go to the /train page, now I see this. Here is where I need a model at the center of the screen. So class name equal to, that looks perfect. That should centrally align everything. So if I write height, I see high over here. What does this do? It takes the full height of the screen, flex in the vertical direction, item center, justify center. So if you understand flexbox, you know, this is the one of many ways to center a div, which is the most difficult question in computer science. Let's add, how do you add ShadCN? Let's add models. We need like a model at the center of the screen. And does it not have models? Cards does have cards. So let's, yeah, that looks good. Let's add a card, and yeah, basically need something very similar. So I'll just look at the code over here. That requires input and label as well. So I'll add input and label. All right, while that's happening, I'm going to copy the whole thing because we need something very similar. Copy the imports. As well, so all of this, add components. So select, I haven't added. It's taking a long time. All right, there we go. Cool. Let's try to see what that looks like. /train, and I see a good, pretty decent input box at the center of my screen. Now comes the question of, you know, what do you actually need here? We need a name, not a name of your project, but the name of your model. then we need a bunch of those selects. So yeah, these. So yeah, I would just place them. I don't know. I'm not the best designer, but let me try something. Div class name will reflect. Yeah, there you go. Age, that's good. And ethnicity. Now this shouldn't be an input. This should be a select. Yeah, there we go. And all right. Select items for this guy is going to be, come on, value equal to, what is this we're creating? Ethnicity. So I'll go to types.ts. Value equal to white, and इसके अंदर आएगा white, and then value equal to, come on AI, you already know this. We have it in a different file. There you go. Perfect. That's a bunch of selects for selecting the ethnicity. Perfect. And let's get rid of this. Let's see if it's smart enough to figure out the rest of them. Eye color, select content, and there you go, the colors that we support. So that's the eyes, and then ball, which is a switch. So that means we need to add the switch component in here. God, like UI libraries, I've never used ShadCN in production, so I'm like, it's actually pretty good. Makes your life much easier if you're designing front-end yourself, which honestly, now I suddenly realized, why did we not use something like Lovable or Bold to do this? I don't know, probably should have done that. That's done. What else? I mean, AI would know. So div, what's left? Trigger word. I don't think that's needed. What did this guy have? Create your AI model. We have name type is missing, I think. Should be the second thing. Baki age ho gayi, ethnicity, eye color, and ball are done. So only thing that's left is type. Now this is going to be type. Placeholder is going to be, definitely it's not an input anyways. It's going to be a select. So man, woman, others, perfect. All right, that should do it. So we have a form, name of the model, Harkirat, type man, age 22, ethnicity, Asian American, whatever, blue, bald or not bald, and deploy. To call it deploy, we need to call it create model. But of course, one thing that's missing here is a image upload model, ShadCN. Are you going to help me out here? Image upload component CN. Someone has created it. ShadCN doesn't have one natively, it seems. Let's look at this one. Yeah, I don't hate this at all. So I'm going to use this. Thank you, whoever that is. Kushagra Raste Lathi, sorry. Cool. So what are you doing? Have you created a component that I can just yoink or? Okay, there's an image upload component on upload progress, handle image change, handle image upload. This is cloudinary, but we can get rid of that. Bunch of CSS classes. If not loading, image input. If not, yeah, this shouldn't be too hard to integrate. I'm trying to see if there's a simpler API that I can just use somewhere. So this one looks not great, and I don't see any other widely. Let's see here, dev. Wow, v0.dev is no, don't hate it, don't love it. I think the one that the guy had is the best one. So let's this one basically. It's very close to what we have here. We say. Not that this is working though. This isn't working only. Code. Mm, let's authenticate to ourselves. I suddenly forgot. If you're using ShadCN, you can actually use v0.dev. Code. Let's see what you're doing here. Card, which that's fine. Yeah, I guess that's okay. That's just easy to copy. So how can I add this to my code? It's v0 add this ID. What's the other one? Something is up here. Yeah, I'm just going to use this for now, and eventually we can replace it. This is one of the designs that I don't love at the moment, but this one's just easy to integrate, so that's what I'm going to do. Sorry, the whole thing. npx v0 add the ID. Yep, that didn't happen, but that's fine. I can just create the component myself. So I'm going to create a upload.tsx where I'm just going to copy all of this. There's something I'm missing here. No, we have card, we have everything. Upload images, drawing references, card content. I can that looks good. Cool. Let's try to use this cloud upload. Sorry, not this. The specific upload component. So export function upload modal. In here. There you go. Cool. Localhost cool. God, I'm so sleepy. $3,000 /train, and that looks decent. It's a little slightly longer of a form. Also needs some padding here. P-4 P-X-4, I would say. And let me get rid of everything else in this. Hold on. Let me get rid of the title. Yeah, that looks good. Okay, that's fine. Select files, which does nothing right now, but we should change that. On select. That looks perfect. Create an empty input box. Input type equal to file. Image.accept equal to image/star. And whenever the user selects, control reaches here. Let's try to log input.files, and let's see what that spits out. So when the user, it's probably have to be a client component. Yep, if I click on select files, reloads for some reason. So form. So let me get out the form over here and over here. move this back. It's fine. Cool. Let's try that again. Select file. That does nothing. Sorry. On click equals select files. All right. Can I select a bunch of images? No, I cannot. Select multiple images. There we go. Input on multiple equal to true. Select files, and now I can select multiple images. Great. I select 4 images. Let's see what gets logged. What gets logged is a file list which has 4 images. That's great. Now, given that, we need to zip them up and forward them to S3. So again, simple enough. We need to get the pre-signed URL. So let me create a top level config.ts export function backend URL. Sorry, const backend URL is little Postgres 8000. That looks right, and I would say Axios dot firstly one add Axios. Now Axios dot get the backend URL slash pre dash sign sync, and here const pre-signed URL with this, and nope, that's not what we need. Before we do any of that, we need to add what is that library called? The zipping library which I found. Where did that go? Zip images in browser. I think I found it here. JS zip or something. Yeah, I googled it. Yeah, that's the one. So how do you use it? Number one, you install it. So fun add JS zip, and then import JSZip from JSZip, const zip equal to new JSZip. All this will probably happen here, and I need to zip a bunch of files. So zip dot file image equal to zip dot folder. I need better docs here. We don't have docs. Oh, hello, docs. Yeah, there you go. How do you get it? Zip.file. All right. So I would do a input.files dot for each file. Yeah. Zip.file this thing, and there we go. Content equal to oh man, how do you iterate over a file list? For file of files, content equal to file.array buffer and zip.file file.name content. If input files, then zip the file, zip all of the files, and then probably do all of this as well. Form data equal to form data, append file, append key, and then the pre-signed URL, send a request, and log the data. Perfect. That looks good. I'm going to call this const key equal to test.data.key and key over here. Perfect. Cool. File content key. Actually, I'm not sure. Unsure if I need this. I think that should do it. What's the problem here? Oh, okay. Well, screw you. I'll upgrade and say I actually don't have access to any cards. So autocomplete has been turned off. Yeah, I don't think there's an easy way for me to get it back, but that's fine. No wonder they reach 100 mil ARR. If you're in your zone and trying to code, and suddenly this happens, of course you're like upgrade immediately. All right. Cool. That looks good. I don't see any problems here. Let's try to run it. Let's go to /train. We just want to see, do images get uploaded? Does the zip file get created and uploaded with all of our respective images? Let me select a few images here, click on open, and pre-sign itself failed. That's because the backend is down. So let me start the backend as well. Apps/backend, and now let's try to do it again. Select a bunch of files, open. Pre-sign failed again. Why is that? 8080 is the backend URL. So config.ts, replace this with 8080 and try it one more time. Select a few files, click on open, and this time as well. Course issues. Where are you going? Refresh. Select files, open, and 8080/pre-sign gave an error. Why is that? Can get /pre-sign. What did we call it? We called it pre-signed URL. So let me replace the hell. Cursor is not cursoring, guys. That's fine. Upload.tsx. All right, let's try it one more time. Refresh. What's this? Select a bunch of images, open, and course error. That sounds right. So now if I go to index.ts in the backend, I should enable course. Import. I think course also comes in bun. I don't know. Course express bun.js. All right, I just have to add that dependency. So bun add course and import course from course. Let me just enable it from everywhere for now, and eventually we'll make it a little more strict. App.use course. There we go. And add types/course as well. There we go. Let's start the backend. Let's try to hit it again from the front end and see what happens. Select a bunch of files, click on open, and pre-sign URL gave us a good response, the URL. Then we sent a request to localhost:3000/undefined. I have no idea why we did that. Upload.tsx, there's a single axios.get. And there is an axios.post to pre-signed URL. That's fine. Oh, okay, I know. But wait, payload is key is this very weird long string. Why is that? Probably to put it. And URL. What is a pre-signed URL? What does this guy return? URL. So pre-signed URL and URL are both going to be the same thing. URL, I don't think you need this, but we'll check. Try that one more time. All right, pre-signed URL succeeded, and then this is the other request that I'm sending. That looks right. Payload looks right-ish, but you get a 403. React code to send data to pre-signed URL S3. Not React Native, simple React should be good enough. So it's a put request. It's a put request, that's the first thing. Let's try that, and then if not, I'm sure there's an easy way to fix it. Localhost :5173/training. Frontend is down. Oh, sorry, localhost :3000/training/train. Inspect network. Select files, a bunch of them, and again this failed. This time with a course error, and not a 401. That's good. So pre-signed URL course error. R2. I don't think that should be a problem, but possible. Run /. Okay, let's try to copy that as curl. Go to Postman and import it. Paste. Brother, I hope this is not it. God damn it. I forgot to put method put here. It felt like it was a GET request. God. Let's see. Localhost :8080/pre-signed URL. Postman. Send. Fuck. That was it. I'm an idiot. Let's go to cloudflare.com. So the thing that I was missing was you have to put method put here. So you need to tell it it's a put request and not a get request. I think it defaults to get, which is why it was a problem. How did I figure this out? I went to the docs here and I saw, method put is here. There is no put over here, and this is the download URL that tells you by default it's a get, and if you want to put data, you have to explicitly specify method put. That fixed it, or should most probably fix it. Let's replace the key over here and return the yeah, we can return the key to the user over here because they'll have to eventually send the request to /ai/training with the key. Login, let's see if images, whatever zip files are reaching our R2. Photo AI, it says the objects. Oh, I do see a key.zip. Perfect. God damn it, that was hard. And this one line of code is what we were missing. Let's go back to the front end now and see, does the front end do it, or does it work from the front end? So everything here looks decent. Sorry, the upload modal is where we have to spend some time, and format append file contents. I think this looks perfect. I don't think there's anything wrong here. So let's try it out. Localhost /3000/train and select files and select a bunch of files, open, and network error. /photo AI/key.zip. That looks wrong. I think we changed that. Yeah, that's the key now. I forgot to restart the process. Let's try it again. Upload, and again we see a weird error, a course error. But if I copy this as curl, go to Postman and import it, and add a file over here and send, then it works. So that means there is indeed a course error, which probably means I need to add some course rules over here. API course rules R2. So select the bucket, which is photo AI, select settings, and course, add course policy, allowed origins. Already has localhost 3000, which is what we were using. Allow post from localhost 3000. Sorry, put, my bad. Edit course policy, allow put from localhost 3000. And now let's try that one more time. Localhost 3000/training. Select the images, and before that, open the network tab. Select the images, and hopefully, yeah, there we go. Pending for a while, followed by a 200. And if I now go to the specific key, this one right here, models/something.zip. Let's see. Objects models/something.zip. I see it. If I try to, which one was it? 45. So that one. Let's try to download it and ensure it indeed is a valid zip which has file inside. Is an unsupported format. What does that even mean? Open file, and oh boy, Let me copy this file somewhere like desktop, right? That's fine. And I can't unzip this for some reason. If I change its name to be model and then, how do you zip uncompress online or whatever, unzip, my bad. Seems like it works here. Download first image. Yeah, that looks fine. I think it should be fine. I think my Mac is not able to decode it. Might be a good idea to test this on file.ai directly. So let me select files here and let me select some of my images that I use for training and let me send them to file.ai and go from there. So for that, let me refresh again, select files, select a bunch of these images of mine that I generally use for training. Yep, those look good. Click on open. That sends a request to store the files somewhere. Specifically in this case, something.738. So let's go back to photo AI. Let's look at the objects. Let's look at the model slash this thing. Download it. I'll just copy its URL. Okay, there you go. Perfect. So let me go to file.ai now and try to train the model using this zip just to ensure it's working as expected. So my apps training and because of file, and this is the latest one. It's this one, 738. So because of file 738, open Harkirat testing Harkirat start. All right, let's see. This takes a long time, so I'm just hoping this will work. I'm just continuing assuming everything is going to work as expected. Our zip file has reached S3. So, we can go ahead from there and start to hit file.ai. But if this fails, then we'll see how to proceed from there. Okay. Abhigya, it seems like it should work. Cool. So let's move to the rest of the front end, I would say, and maybe structure the front end a little bit better. I think this upload.tsx has become very long. Reasonable actually. To recap, when the user clicks on a button, we create a hidden input box, and whenever the user and click on that hidden input box, and then whatever the user selects comes in this files variable, and we iterate over all the files and add them to a zip. We generate the zip, and that's what we send over to the S3 URL. From here, should probably do a on change of rest.data, or even just the key, I guess. Const key equal to config.ts. I should add export const Cloudflare underscore URL equal to whatever that URL was, which was this thing right here. Okay, I don't know. Is this going to be the same for all of them? Probably not. Back key.zip. Seems like it's the same. So in that case, this is a base URL. And here I can say on upload done. Cloudflare underscore URL slash key. Yeah, that looks fine. On upload done. That will be a prop over here. Upload done. Image URL. I don't know. Zip URL string void. All right. And wherever this is being used, that's right here. We should do a on upload done equal to this is when we should start the upload process, or at the very least zip URL, store the zip, set zip URL, so let's add a bunch of state variables now. Const, come on, zip URL, comma, oh, it's not like it can't. I forgot, I ran out of credits. So an empty zip URL for now. Yeah, this is where it would have been nice if cursor was active, but it isn't. So I'll have to spend some time doing it myself. Const, let's see, type, comma, set type equal use state man. Then there is age, set age. Better ways to do this than what I'm doing right now. Like better way to do forms in Next.js. I'm just choosing the most raw way. Ethnicity, eye color, const, ethnicity, comma, set ethnicity equal to use state empty, const eye color, comma, set eye color equal to use state empty. What else? Bald. Const bald, comma, set bald equal to use state false. That should do it. This also reminds me we have a common /types.ts which right now only exports Zod objects. What we can do is export all the front-end types here as well. So let me create common /inferred types.ts, import star from /types and import all the three things from /types. So train model, generate image, what's the third one? Generate images from pack. Export const train model input equal to z.infer train model type, or sorry, import z from Zod infer Zod dot infer type of c. Yeah. Z.infer type of c is equal to a type, correct. So train model input, and what's the second one? Generate model input. What's the third one? Generate image input. All right, we have the three types for just keeping the front end happy eventually. What we can do is we can export these inferred types from package.json right here. And let me go back to the front end package.json. Add this as a dependency, common : star, and in upload.tsx, not upload, wherever this is being used, that's this one right here in upload model. We want to use that type, so I want to import train model input from common /inferred, and to add this as a dependency, let me do a global one install. one dev. Oh, that's fine. Training model input we will use eventually. So whenever the user clicks on create model, on click equal to train model, should be a function over here. So here we'll say const input from this thing equal to zip URL, type, age, ethnicity, eye color, and bold. Cannot file common / inferred. Why is that? Package.json in common. I did add / inferred over here, Let's look at node modules. Backend web doesn't have a node modules in itself. Global node modules has common, does it? Has common, which has types.ts. So inferred -types, my bad. Package.json for common -types.ts. That's how you can tell I'm sleepy. Cool, that works. There you go, shows you a bunch of problems. What does it say? String is not okay, so that's where we have to so types are actually going to be, oh god, it's going to be a little hard. Yeah, only because I'm sleepy. I'm not add type here. I'm not adding types here, which is a good idea to do that. We'll basically have to do this. Okay, hame types.ts mein all the enums will have to split out into different variables and then infer them independently and then use them on the front end. I'm not doing that. Feel free to add that if someone has time. Now we have to do axios.post to create backend URL / backend /index / AI / training. Okay, this file is not doing great right now. And I would just log. Okay, that's it. I will just send the user to a different page for now. Router dot push, let's say the landing page for now, where they'll probably see their pending models or something. Cool. So that's the training page. One thing that we should do is disable equal to, and this should also do a push / not zip URL or not type or not age or not ethnicity or not eye color or not bold. Alrighty, that should do it. All right, sorry about that, guys. My recording stopped, but basically what I did was I added a bunch of state variables over here. populated the state variables whenever a field changes. For example, when the name changes, we set the name variable. When the type changes, we set the type variable, so on and so forth. And whenever you click on the create model button, this train model function gets called, where you have the input and you send request to the backend to train the specific endpoint. I've also tested it; it's working. The Zod schemas are passing, which means everything is good to go. That finishes the first endpoint. Or the first page, I guess, the training page. Frontend train. This page right here. I can show you. Just put the name, select the value, give an age, select an ethnicity, select the color, select whether bald or not. Select all the images that you want, and then click on upload. We probably need some sort of a loader here whenever the image starts to upload. But once that happens, you can click on the create model button. When you click on the button, it will send a request to the backend. You can confirm. Okay, when you send a request over here, the Zod schema passes, and you eventually get a 200 status code. One thing I did was I commented the train model function because I did not want to send this request to File AI right now. Every call there charges like $2. So to avoid that, I had commented this. So the request hasn't reached Fall yet. But yeah, we know that everything else is working, and if I uncomment this, then of course this will also reach file.ai. The question or the thing that I should check is this zip URL right or not? And if it is, then we're good to go. And seems like it is. So yeah. Cool. Yeah, that covers the model creation. Once you're able to create a model, you come back to this page. On this page, you probably need, a list of your existing models and their statuses. It's currently training, so there's probably another endpoint we need. But before we get into that, let's quickly add authentication. I'm finishing the harder bits first, and then the easier bits. We need to add authentication to the backend and the front end. So in this section or in the next section, let's quickly sign up to Clerk, create a simple sign up flow and add it to our backend and go from there. Shouldn't take more than 15-20 minutes. So let's get into that next. Let's start to add Clerk for authentication. All right, let's sign up to clerk.com. Clerk probably uses Clerk for authentication themselves. I don't know, I could be wrong, but actually doesn't seem like it. I think the UI is a little different. Let's sign in. Let me create a fresh application called Photo AI. Let me enable email and Google. Just Google is also fine. Google, Facebook, GitHub sounds good. Something like, I don't know, Photo AI, probably email as well. Yeah, create application. Okay, we have like a development application working. So we are using Next.js, but the problem is our backend is not in Next.js. It's in what's our backend in? Our backend is in Express /Node.js. So even though I'll follow these steps, but a bunch of these steps might not be needed because we're not using Next.js for backend. We're only using it for frontend. Add a dependency to the frontend. npm install add clerk /Next.js. To .env.local, add a publishable key and a private key. The private key is what I think we don't need. I think just the publishable key is what I would need. And everything else looks fine. So in my env file for the Next.js application, so that's this one right here. Let's create a .env.local. Let's paste our publishable key. I don't think we need our secret key. I could be wrong. We'll see. And then finally, in layout.tsx, they've added a bunch of things, which looks right to me. A clerk provider inside which, looks like a top bar. The user is signed out, then login, then render the sign in button if the user is signed in, then render the user button, which looks right to me. So let's copy the whole thing. Cursor. Let's go to layout.tsx. Let's at the very least add the clerk provider in layout. And let's create another component called appbar.tsx. Let's create one. We already have a folder called components. Let's add appbar.tsx export function appbar, where we're going to render all of this. Sign in, sign out logic, return div class name equal to flex, justify between div photo AI and then another div. There we go. Cool. Let's look at what it looks like. Start the front end. And do we have an app bar? We don't. Let me go to layout.tsx again and render the app bar. All right. Clerk auth was called, but Clerk can't detect the usage of Clerk middleware. Seems like we might need the middleware after all. All right, let's add that. Let's create a global middleware.ts in the web folder. I think we web/app/middleware.ts, paste this, and let's try it again. That also means we probably need to add my private key here. Yep. See, still see a bunch of 500s. Clerk middleware was not run. Your middleware file must be misplaced. Move your middleware file to, yeah, that's a helpful error. So middleware needs to move up the chain. Right, let's try that. Cool. I see photo AI here. I see a sign in button here. Let's go to app bar and make some styling changes, like adding to class name equal to text-xl border-bottom. All right, that looks decent. This should probably be a user button. Can I wrap this inside a button component? Does it make it look prettier? Variant equal to primary. Default. Doesn't change much, surprisingly. Oh, signed in, then this. Actually, this is not even needed. This is where I need the button/button, and I can get rid of this. Cool, that looks slightly better. A sign-in button. And when I click on the sign-in button, hopefully, yeah, I reach a Clerk sign-in page. Beautiful. I click on login with Google. I select my account, and hopefully that is it. All right, that looks decent. I see my profile image over here. Yeah, great. All the auth has been outsourced to Clerk. Yeah, that's all I had to do for the front end. Honestly, it's pretty good. It took me less than 5 minutes to do it. So this was great. The authentic. I mean, if I had to do it in house, it'll take me probably another hour to figure this out, especially for all these providers. So that's good. We have authentication on the front end done. We need to still do it on the back end. So all the requests that we're sending, for example, we sent a train request in this upload endpoint. Or sorry, this page over here, we're sending an axios.post, where we need to now send in some headers as well. And header will simply be a bearer token. And this is where we need to fetch a JWT from Clerk. There are a few ways you can use Clerk on the backend. One of them is reliant on Clerk. That will make your request a little slower. And the other way is the standard JWT route, in which case, Clerk will provide you a client-side JWT here, and on your server, you can just verify the JWT. You'll get a secret from Clerk to be able to verify it. So the question really is, how do you get the JWT here? What we're using at Clerk/import from at Clerk/next. Next.js, yeah. So there's no use token function here that I was expecting, or a get token function. At Clerk/next.js get JWT. The auth helper returns the auth object of the current active user, which probably has the user information. Wait, this might happen on the backend. As well as a redirect to sign in method. Session, right, read session and user data. Okay, there you go. That looks like the front end. No, that looks like the back end. We don't want that. Client side, there you go. Perfect. Const get token equal to use auth. So const get token equal to use auth. Perfect. And then I can say const token equal to await get token, and hopefully this is a string. It indeed is. So I can just send the string as a header and we're good to go. That's how we'll send all future requests as well, with a token in the header. That's the easy bit. Now comes the mildly harder bit of how can you integrate this to the backend. So we have a backend/index.ts right now, which has a hard-coded user ID. That is something you shouldn't do. You should have a middleware.ts, which should authenticate a user and make sure they're actually logged in. So rec request. Next. All right. Const header equal to rec.headers of authorization. Const token equal to header auth header dot split of 0, and if not, or let's just do a JWT dot. Oh, we have to add JWT as a dependency on the backend. So let me stop the backend. Let me add JW or JSON web token. Also Clerk JWT Node.js decode. Manual JWT verification, that's what we want. Okay. Yep, that's what I am looking for. Const options equal to algorithm, const permitted origins equal to this. Replaces the, okay. Where is that used? Okay, somewhere. Try token same origin, token cross origin. Okay. public key. All right, cool. That looks good. So, okay. I've added JWT as a dependency. Import JWT from JSON web token. The way this works is if you're using Clerk and you want to do manual JWT verification, which is what we're doing, you can go to configure over here and oh wow, they have Web3. What do they have in Web3? Sign with a bunch of very nice. One thing they should add that would be really good is something like privy. But let's not go there. API keys. Show JWT public key. Let me copy it. Let me go to .env in my backend folder. Let me paste it. Auth underscore JWT underscore key equal to this. I think we can do that. And now if I go to middleware.ts, I can say JWT.decode. I don't think I can verify using the public key, but I can decode. That's not a problem because this will only work if the public key is the same as the private key that's signing the JWT. So JWT.decode the token and process.env.auth JWT, comma the algorithm. Yep. Const decoded equal to this thing, and if decoded dot, I don't know, let's log decoded, and you can call next for now. But ideally what needs to happen is something like this. Put this inside a try catch, return or next dot or res dot status 403.json message error while decoding. What else? It's log decoded. I'm unsure what the schema of this looks like. Let me start the backend. Let me start the front end. Let me send a request from the front end. 3000/train. I'm signed in here. I'm also passing the header from the front end. So let's see. Let's see what gets logged when I try to create a model. Oh wait, I'm not using this auth middleware. Also seems like one add type/JSON web token. I also need to use the auth middleware. I haven't yet added it, so let me go here. And AI/training needs to use the auth middleware. Ideally, everything needs to use the auth middleware, so let me do that. AI/generate needs to use it. Pack/generate needs to use it. Pack/bulk probably doesn't need it. Image/bulk get needs it. These two don't need it, and yeah, we're good to go. Cool. So let's start the front end. Let's start the back end. Refresh. /train. Create model, and what gets logged is undefined. So decoded was undefined. Is that what's undefined? Token log auth headers. Cool. Let's try that again. Let me start the back. Let me remove the other log that we have, which is this URL right here. Now let's do a bun dev. Try to hit it again, and yeah, there we go. So there seems like, oh, I said token, my bad. This should be authorization. Cool, let's try that one more time. the what? Authorization. Authorization. Bearer space something. That says null. So oh wait, that's fine. Bearer space. God, why is this so complicated? Bearer, that's probably, oh, there should be one. My bad. What an idiot. Go back, man, 22, ethnicity, color, select whatever, and click on create money. Oh, sorry, create model. Again, it says undefined. No, it doesn't. There you go. That gets logged. That's cool. So decoded becomes this, and sub is what we need. So decoded.sub is what the user is. So if decoded.sub is fine, exists, only then will we call next. And only in that case we can say rec.userid equal to decoded.sub. This will cause errors because types.d.ts, because we have to how do you override declare namespace express interface request user ID string? I think that's right. To override rec.userid or the type of the request object in Express, so that we can add shove a field in there. What's the problem here? Expected 1 to 2 arguments but got 3. So does that mean we don't need the third argument? Is that what you're saying? Hold on. Overload 1 of 3. So let's add an exclamation here. Let's add an exclamation here. What's the problem here? I'll come back to the type error, and I just want to proceed a little bit over here. Console.log rec.userid, and more importantly, user ID here is going to be rec.userid. I basically want to get rid of. Wait, what's the problem here? Assume it exists. Get rid of this. Rec.userid, assume it exists, because we're using the auth middleware here. Here also, which endpoint is this? \generate. Yep, rec.userid, assume it exists. And user_id. That's the last one. That's to get a bunch of images. Yeah, so rec.userid. And assume it exists. Cool. That finishes authentication, guys. That was not too difficult. Let's try it out. Yeah. So let's kick things off with this endpoint. Let me open the network tab and show you type man, age 22, name, whatever the name is, ethnicity, eye color, and an image. Let's say this one. And when I click on create model, I send a token along in the header. So if you look at the authorization header here, it has a token. I get back a model ID. And now if I check the database in, let's say, neon.tech, I hopefully see a user over there, image gen, SQL, and tables. And if I go to the models table, first one right here, If I look at this model, does it have a user ID is the question, and the answer is user ID is 123. That's because I have not restarted my backend. So let me restart the backend and let me try that one more time. Name of the model, woman 22, black, brown, or blue. Select an image. Click on create model. Calls the training endpoint, returns this ID. Go back over here, refresh this specific table, the models table. And this time, does it have a user ID? And indeed, it has a normal looking user ID, which is the user ID in Clerk as well. So great. We were able to populate this table. Now the question is, let's try to create a prompt screen where the user will give a prompt and get back an image. And let's add like a bunch of human packs here as well. I'm going to call it Valentine Day pack. Pack prompts. Okay, that's fine. I created a new Valentine Day. How do I default this? String. Let me call it Valentine. So I've added a Valentine Day pack. Let me also add a aeroplane pack. Probably like images and more things here. And pack prompts. Let's add a pack prompt called a user in front of user holding a bouquet of red roses in front of a red building. Pack ID would be Valentine. Where did it go? User holding a bouquet of red roses in front of a red building, and ID, whatever. If this is not auto-generated here, which is very irritating, but that's fine. Cool, that's one. And let's add another one in front of a blue building, maybe. Pack ID still Valentine, and ID is, let's say, 2. What we can do actually is there's a very common, these are called apps. So if you open who user holding a bouquet of red roses in red building, this is like the Flux Prompt Pro ChatGPT app. This will give you like a bunch of prompts that are slightly more advanced version of what you're looking for. Let me ask 5 prompts for Valentine Day images. So that's the first one. Let me copy. There's a problem with this one. It says couple. That means it will generate an image of 2, which is going to be problematic because you'll see a female version of yourself and get turned on more than you would have liked. Valentine 4, save. And why is it all couples, dude? Yeah, I think these prompts are all bad, but we can fix them later. Valentine, save. So that's 5 for the Valentine pack, and then let me add 5 prompts for a pile image of a single model who is a pilot. All right. Copy the first one, add a record, paste this here, aeroplane, and ID is, let's say, 5, ID is 6, save 2 changes. Cool, let's add another one, aeroplane, prompt is this, ID is 7, save, and then another one, prompt is this, pack ID is aeroplane, and then ID is 8. That's good enough. I think we have enough. We have 2 packs now and like a bunch of prompts for every pack. We'll see if they work as expected or not. Also, in the models table, I have a lot of them that are, that make no sense right now. Let me get rid of. Is there no easy way to delete all of them? There you go. I've deleted all the models. What I'm going to do is add a manual entry over here. Name Harkirat, type. Oh God, what are the types here? Man, age 22. Let's say ethnicity. I am Southeast Asian. Eye color blue, bald, false, and most importantly, this doesn't matter as much as this matters. So I already have a pre-trained model. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to hold on. This is not good. I'm losing money. God. I lost $20. It's fine. I forgot to stop doing something. I should have commented all of this code. If I go to file API model, I need to comment this, and let me also comment this, and let me also convert this to empty strings. Sorry, bank balance. I trained every time I was hitting, I was training a model, which is not great, but that's fine. Cool. So I have too many models now. This is problematic. How do I see? There's no pagination. How do I go back to my actual model as trained? Oh God. Yeah, I have no idea. How do I go to one of my old models that I had trained? Oh, there you go. Check the requests tab. All right, I'm here. Oh, there you go. Pagination. No requests found. Okay, let's select this one. Run inference. Oh, no, not this one. This is not mine. And let's try this one. How do I run inference? Requests. This one. Yeah, that might be me. No. So what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to find. No, that's fine. I'm just going to select a random one now. Run inference. This is like probably not very well trained. It probably just had one image or so, but that's fine. Let me copy this. Let me paste this as the tensor path here and make this generated. Everything else can be empty for now. Oh God. Okay. Add a new entry here called one. And oh God, wait. Okay, name Harkirat model one. Save. Of course. No, updated at of relation this thing. So where is it? Okay, there we go. How can I select current time, guys? Current time. God damn it. New date, not get time. New date dot get UTC time, or I don't know. get time. Let's just copy this, paste it, save changes. God, this is taking longer than I was hoping for. Just seeding the database is taking so long. Column user ID. Okay, what was the user ID? I forgot, so let me just put a random user ID for now. 1, 2, 3, and I'll eventually change it. Now it's done. Zip URL, random. Now it's done. There we go. Finally. Okay. I am going to go to the. Where was the user ID? Or what was my user ID again? What's the way to look at it? Oh, there's no easy way, is there? Okay, let's log again. What was my user ID? Oh, I can just check it in the Clerk dashboard actually. Go here, go to the users. What is the user ID of the first user? It is this. Copy it, seed the database correctly, and oh, sorry, save one change. All right. So I've seeded the database. I have a model that is already trained. That I trained directly in FALI, so I didn't go through our workflow. That's here. I have 0 output images right now. I haven't really prompted anything. I have a bunch of pack prompts and a bunch of packs. So we have 2 packs, and each one of them have like 4 or 5 prompts associated to them. I have one user. I don't have an entry here because I haven't yet synced to Clerk, but it's pretty easy to do. You can go here and go to the webhooks section. Oh, should I the wrong one? Go to the webhook section and just create a webhook for whenever an email is created or a user is created. So whenever create a new endpoint, and whenever an email is created, just give your webhook endpoint over here, and you'll see that specific email pop up in your database. Just catch that endpoint, store it in a database. So we have a sort of functioning-ish application. Now we need to, yeah, the only thing that's left is the rest of the UI. I don't think anything is missing anywhere else. So let's start cloning this UI as much as we can. Because as close as we can get to the product, the better. These guys don't use Tailwind. Otherwise, cloning it would have been easier. Right now, this is what the UI looks like. Authentication is done. Database is seeded. Let's finish everything else and create a UX of our own, and then we'll go from there. Next up, we're going to finish the UI. Alrighty, folks, let's finish the front end. Let's use something like Lovable or Bold to build some parts of it. What does it look like right now? It looks something like this. This is the landing page that looks fairly ugly, and this is the training page. Now I'm going to ask Lovable to build me a. Let's kick things off with the landing page. Create a landing page in ShadCN and Tailwind for my photo generation website. The website lets users train a model on their face and generate images on top of it. Let's see what that spits out. Oh well, they have their own Tailwind config. And I actually don't know how the new version of, yeah, how do you add Tailwind config? Tailwind config in Tailwind v4. You can configure all your customers directly in CSS. All right. Interesting. I don't think that's the case here. Also, it's like very, it's a good starting point for our application. Huh. All right. Let's try Bolt. Oh God. Yeah, let's write it ourselves. Cursor app dot sorry page.tsx. So landing page is going to have a hero section, and I think that's it. Let's just keep a hero section that takes the user to the. Hold on, let's just clone this now. The best thing is to just clone. So let's try cloning. They have a pack section, a camera section, an example section, but we'll probably not use that. Probably just use camera and packs for now. Or they have like everything. But yeah, for now we'll have two tabs, packs and camera. We'll have a left sidebar too that has two accordions, one to create a model, one to take a photo. So on the landing page, a simple hero section to begin with. Components slash hero.tsx export function hero return div. Let's see what did Lovable create. At least the hero section, let's try to see if we can reuse. Pretty mid. I think there's scope for improvement. I think the prompt I gave was not great, like a small prompt. Make it much more modern, please. Let's see if that changes anything. I doubt it. But yeah, let's wait. Also, where's the code? Edit code. Oh, there's an easy way to look at the code over here. Okay. Okay, let's try to design it ourselves. I think something similar is good. H1 generate images for your self and your family. And then let's add a bunch of these demo images in sort of a carousel. ShadCN, does it have a carousel? Oh, there it does. Cool, something like that. Cursor, add the carousel, import it, and paste it. And here, let's add a bunch of images. Image source equal to let's copy these for now. Copy image address. Yep, that looks good. And then another one. Landing page should, like, you should spend a lot of time on a landing page or something like this. I am not right now, but we should. Like, these polishes are what matter in the end. All right, paste that, and yeah, and the third one. Yeah, that looks good. Cool. Let's see how that looks. Right, that does not look like a carousel at all. Well, It sort of does, but we need more images. Yeah. Cases -1 by 3. Oh. Max W something. Excel. Dark mode in Next.js, add next themes, create a theme provider.tsx. The root layout. It's fine. Fresh. That looks decentish. We should have a button. Variant equal to secondary. Size equal to All right, that's what the mid version of the of the landing page looks like. You should probably spend some more time here. Let me finish the main dashboard and then we'll come back to it. All right. On the dashboard, let's create like 3 tabs: one for generating a new image, one for using an existing pack, and one for training the model. ShadCN has this concept of tabs. So add tab, say tabs. What is this? All right, that's what it looks like. Class name equal to flex justify center, and class name equal to w-2xl. Interesting. Flex justify center. Yeah, that looks good. Generate image, train a model, and packs. That looks good. All right, let's keep it closer to how photo AI looks. Top bar, take a photo, select. Even now delete makes sense. Points. We don't have a points feature yet, which is something we need to add. But we'll get there when we get there. Let's render generate image component here. So components slash generate image.tsx, then that's one, and then the second one is train a model. So that we already have, right? That we already have, and then packs.tsx. All right, that looks like we have 3 tabs almost. Trainer model, packs, and generate images. Trainer model looks like this. We can make it slightly better. Name type. Name type. Name age should be together. Name, age, name of the there you go. Name, age, type, ethnicity, eye color, bald. And the images, yeah, that looks good. That's probably all I need here. Packs needs to render all the current packs. So packs.tsx. Let's create a component called pack card function pack card. It's a hover card. Oh. Look like this. So
tags or map back card.
Post training, we should create a thumbnail. Here we're going to do is fine also. Wait. It's for the image. For the model. Right. I added a few more open models. Like I added a very small feature of open models, things like training on top of some celebrity models that are open to everyone, so that this area feels filled even if you don't have your own model. Trainer model, packs, camera, everything looks done. The only thing that's left is now actually calling create image. So let's do that. Create image. Axios.post / prompt model ID and number of images. Pending. All right, folks, I've spent some time polishing a few things. I think there's still scope of improvement, but we're short on time here. Let me show you what it looks like right now. We already saw the landing page. The user can come and sign in via Clerk. Once they do, they can click on the dashboard. They'll see all of their images over here. You don't see any images here yet because we haven't yet. The webhooks aren't getting hit right now. I'm running it locally. Should happen as soon as we deploy. Generate image to select a model that you want to train on, and I've added some open models. For example, this is an open model, this is an open model, this is my own model that I've trained, and here you can write the prompt. For example, generate an image in front of a plane and click on create image. That should create the image that you'll find here in the camera, the first one over here. Packs, so you can select the model that you want to generate a pack for, and click on this respective pack. It will generate 5 images, 10 images for that pack. And then lastly, train a model which you originally wrote to train a fresh model on your face or your friend's face. Simple enough. The only thing that's left is deploying it. So let's spend some time deploying the application and trying it out. Once it is deployed, we'll actually be able to populate things from replicate as well, because replicate will be hitting our prod backend server. Right now, it can't really hit my local host. So let's do that next. Let's deploy this application on the internet. I'm going to keep it simple and deploy it on a VM, but you can always choose more fancy ways to do it. This is a sort of a very simple server, right? It does nothing. So that's why, it doesn't matter. You don't really need auto scaling on day 0 here. And you can just create a fresh droplet. In Bangalore, Ubuntu, $24 a month, or maybe $32 a month. Let me select my SSH key, and I'm going to name it Image Gen Platform. While that is happening, let me open Squarespace and point a few IPs here. The IP of our server is this. Let me copy it. I'm going to host it on photo.100xdevs.com. So I'll point this to the IP of the server, and then another one, api.photo.100xdevs.com. I'll point this to the same machine. Let me push the code base. So wait, run this dash. That's fine. Git add dot git commit dash m init. Git remote add origin. Let's create a new repository for this. Let's call it Image Gen Platform. Let's call it Photo AI. Public. Copy, paste, and push it. Let me clone this to the server. SSH root at the rate of this IP. Git clone, since it is a public repo, I can just clone it directly. One install I can't do because I don't have Node, so install nvm on Mac. Oh, not Mac, sorry, Ubuntu. Copy the curl command. So /rc nvm install the latest version. install bun on Ubuntu. That's why you should containerize everything. Good enough. While bun is installing, what else do we need to do here? We need to copy over some secrets. So let me do that. Let me go to cloudflare.com and create some fresh secrets for the prod server. I'm going to hide them because they'll stay alive even after the video goes away. So R2 going to select how do you create credentials, API, manage API tokens, delete this local one that I probably created yesterday, correct. R2 token. That's what I wrote. R2 token. Yeah, there we go. And create a new one, call it prod server object read and write, and let me create it in a different window and copy it to the server. So I'm creating the API token. I am going to go to apps/backend v.env. Let me copy .env locally. That's this. Paste it here, and now I'm going to replace a few things. For example, this S3 access ID, which probably will remain the same, but S3 access secret and fall key. These three things I'm replacing. Because these things are, they'll stay alive on the prod server, but I don't want anyone to see them. This is the test JWT. I should change this also if I want to productionize Clerk. So let's do all of that. Let's change this as well. All right, the endpoint and the bucket name is the only thing that's public. Everything else I'm going to replace. I'm going to move my terminal here on the other screen because I don't want you guys seeing these secrets. Access key ID, key ID, secret. Endpoint is probably the same. Auth JWT. So what we have to do from here is go to clerk.com and productionize our application. Right now we were running it in dev mode. As you productionize it, of course, you'll have to pay per user eventually. But development, create production instance, clone development instance. Domain is, what was our domain? It was photo AI.handexdevs.com. I forgot. Photo.handexdevs.com. So I'm going to replace this with photo.handexdevs.com. Yes.
Hello.
That is not good. Now I'll have to go through all of my Clerk accounts and figure out. Okay, let's try this. Does that fix it? Okay, guys, give me 5 minutes. Let me go through all of my Clerk accounts and figure out which one is using 100x and remove it from there. Or just build the API keys from there. Either is fine. So log into Google. Okay, remove this here. I might be using some other important thing there. I don't know. All right, let's see. Production, configure, domains, Redux devs. Oh wow. How can I delete this? Settings. delete application. I think I've gotten rid of the said account. Let me open this. Add production, clone dev instance, photo.nextdevs.com. Yep, that looks good. Now, deploy production instance. Set up custom provider OAuth 2 credentials. For free for up to 3. So we're using 3 only, I think. Let me try removing GitHub completely. Oh, does it expect me to provide these? Okay. It might. So let me just create Google OAuth credentials. Client ID, client secret, and authorized redirect URLs. Cool. So let's go to Google Cloud. Let's search for OAuth credentials. I was hoping this would be taken care of by Clerk, or I might be missing something here. But OAuth credentials. And I'm going to add a new credential over here for a website. Come on. Web application. I'm going to call it Clerk. Origins would be https://photo.100xdevs.com, and authorized redirect URLs is the one that they provided over here. That's clerk.100xdevs.com/v1/OAuth callback. Create and copy over the client ID. That's this thing. I will of course delete it before the class, or before the video goes out. And the client secret, which is this. Oh, you guys saw the R2 credentials as well. I'll have to change everything eventually. Update. 1 second. All right. So Google is configured, and maybe in Photo AI, let me remove the other ones. Disable. And this guy also disable. And now does it work? Now do I have to, can I just use this out of the box? I would assume that's the case. So let's go to our API keys. This is our publishable key, so let's copy that. I'll go to my DigitalOcean instance. You guys can see the secrets for now. I'll just change them before the class ends. So this will be the auth JWT. That's this JWT public key. Copy, paste. And that's it. Fall key is one thing that's missing. I don't know why export was written here. Let's go back to, let's just copy it from my local cursor for now, and eventually we'll fix it, change it before the video goes live. There you go. Fall key, S3 key, S3 secret, bucket, endpoint, and auth JWT key. That's the backend. Then there is packages/db, where again I can just copy the database that we already have. So that this one right here. And then there is frontend, so apps/web, where we need these two things. And here the Clerk publishable key has now changed for the production environment. It looks like this. And what is the other thing? Clerk secret key. Do we even need this? I don't think we do. Oh, we might need this actually. I could have just copied this, by the way. Copy the whole thing from here, paste it here. All right, that seems like we're good. Let's try to do a bun install globally, followed by a bun build, and then let's run the application, host it, and then see if things are working correctly or not. So cd apps/web bun build. How do you build a Next.js application using bun? It is bun, oh sorry, npm run build or whatever. Bun run build. Yeah, there we go. High probability TypeScript is going to screw us here, and this won't build. We'll have to pass in some sort of a flag to make sure it just works without TypeScript. No, with the TypeScript errors basically. Because I'm sure there's a lot of them and we can't really, I mean, we can fix them, but might take some time. Let's try it locally. npm run build. Also, the backend URL I need to change. I totally forgot that. Compiled successfully? No, there we go. Bunch of ESLint errors. Let's just do it locally. And also, we config.ts and replace this with api.photo.100xdevs.com. And one more thing, fix the build. So npm run build. A lot of lint errors, I would assume, but I'm hoping they don't affect the build. Let's see. Yeah, everything else is fine. So let's push the thing that I added. Git add dot commit -m fix build, push it, pull it. Back in the day when you would not have CI/CD, this would be like, I mean, this would be very clean. Like you would deploy like this, and now CI/CD takes like whatever 20 minutes to deploy, which is always counterintuitive. All right, npm run build. Now, hello, process management. Does bun have a special way to do process management? Bun process management. Yep, PM2, same old, same old. Well, that's for starting the backend. Let's try that with the configuration file. All right, PM2 just works with bun, so that's fine. All right, let's do a npm install -g pm2 pm2 run npm start pm2 start --name app name --start. So I'm going to name the first application frontend, and I'm going to name the second application the backend. Hopefully both of them are running. PM2 logs 0 looks decent. PM2 logs 1 is crashing like a month. Prisma client is not defined, so let me quickly cd .cd packages and db npx prisma generate cd .bun cd .bun install cd apps/backend PM2 list PM2 logs 1, and now it should be working. Yeah, seems like it has started now. Now we have two processes running, one on 8080, one on port 3000. What I need to do is expose them. I'll use nginx for this. Sudo install nginx on Ubuntu copy paste. Yes. One thing let me finish this first and I'll share. Sudo v/etc/nginx/nginx.conf. Let me delete the whole thing and Reverse proxy Nginx. There you go. That's a lot of things that we don't need. There you go. All right, let's select a different one. Or go to our trusted friend, projects.100xsteps.com, select Nginx. There we go. That's a decentish configuration. Item, paste it, and replace this with listen 80 server name photo.100xsteps.com should point to port 3000 and and photo or api.photo.100xsteps.com should point to port 8080, and that should do it. That looks right. We have two server blocks, one for photo, one for api.photo, sudo nginx-s reload. Yeah, that looks good. Let's go to photo.100xdevs.com. Let's go to api.photo.100xdevs.com. I see the front end here. I don't see the back end here. That's fine. Let me first add certbot, as in certificates, and then we'll go from there. On Nginx on an Ubuntu machine, which is most probably Debian. Where is Debian? I probably have Snap, so I'll go with Snap for now. Sudo snap install classic certbot. That's taking longer than I would hope for. Add a symlink, start certbot, select email, yes, no, I want both of them, so I can just leave it empty. Now it will request certificates for photo.100xdevs.com and api.photo.100xdevs.com. I think they're pointed to the right server. Yeah, there you go. Certificate deployed. Now both of them should be deployed to the internet, photo.100xdevs.com on HTTPS and api.photo.100xdevs.com. Giving a 502, that probably means the process is down. So let me go to photoai/apps/backend and do a bun start or bun run start. And now it is working. So PM2 list, PM2 stop one, PM2 restart one. And let's try it now. All right, backend is up, frontend is up. Frontend is may or may not be connected to the backend. We'll see. Let's try to sign in. And let's see, is Clerk failing on us? Seems like it is. What am I missing? Name not resolved. Oh, hold on. Probably I'm missing a configuration step in Clerk. So if I go to Clerk over here, what am I missing? Oh, finish your setup. There you go. Validate configuration. Sorry, I didn't add them. There you go. Clerk.100xsteps.com pointing to Frontend API. So I'll go to my domains in Squarespace right here. I'll add a CNAME record for clerk.100xsteps.com that points to frontend API.clerk.services. That's one. What else do I need? Accounts portal. All right. So accounts.100xsteps.com should point to a CNAME entry. Accounts.clerk.services. Save. What else? God damn it. That's like, okay, makes sense. So we need 3 email keys. Let me quickly add them. First one is just a txt record. Oh, it's a CNAME record as well. CNAME over here, save and add record. CNAME over here, save, add record. CNAME. Oh no. Oh, CNAME record, that's correct. Over here and save. All right, good to go, guys. That was simple enough. Let's validate the configuration in Clerk. I'll click on validate configuration and did not validate. Multi-domain feature is not available on your current plan. Change domain. Oh, there we go. Perfect. So seems like this was one configuration step that I missed. You need to configure your domain name so that, you know, whenever the user is on your website, they go to clerk.100xsteps.com or account.100xsteps.com to, you know, do their thing for signing up. All right, so let's try it again. Photo.100xsteps.com. Sign in over here. Failing again. We'll wait for this sort to happen. As soon as this happens, then, you know, we'll proceed. All right, let's try it. It seems like it worked. So let's see if the application is able to sign in now. There we go. I do see a redirect. Great. Account.100xsteps.com. Let me try to sign in. Great. That's pretty good. Yeah, auth happened out of the box. I need to change this to dark mode, but everything else is fine. Let's go to the dashboard. Yeah, no images I have right now. Generate images. There are 2 default models. Yeah, I'm unsure this will work, but let's try it out. The reason I'm unsure this will work is because the tensor files I found were from somewhere else. I don't know if they'll work in FalAI, but worth a shot. Oh, one very important thing. I had all of that commented out, so let me fix that. Request ID and response URL. First, second, and third, that looks good. A lot of this is not tested, so we're testing it directly in production. And comment code, push. pull cd frontend and rebuild the project. So one run build. One more thing I want to do is log whatever comes from the webhooks, so we can fix that. So let me do that. Index.ts in backend. Console.log rec.body, and the same thing in the. Let me log rec.body and the webhook that's being hit. Yeah, that's fine. Git add dot git commit dash m commented webhook body, push it. Pull it, rebuild. Cool. Restart. PM to restart 0. That's the front end application. Refresh the page. And now let's try to generate an image and see what happens. I'm going to select Shah Rukh Khan as the model and say man standing in front of a train. Create image. The request goes out. Image generation in progress. If I go to camera, I see one image. It's still loading right now. Let's look at the logs of the server. PM2 logs. Oh, one more thing I have to change is webhook URL is webhook base URL. So did I change that already? v.env, sorry, in the backend. Webhook. I never added that, so let me add that. Webhook base URL equal to api.photo.100xdevs.com. There's also one very big problem here. Who will tell me? This is an open webhook. We need to close it somehow. We need to make sure the request is actually coming from file and not some random user. Rebuild. Do I need to rebuild? Yeah. PM2 list, PM2 restart 1. All right, backend has restarted. Refresh. Let's generate another image. This one will probably stay stuck in loading because the webhook URL was incorrect. Person in front of a car. Create image. Network tab. Create image. 502. PM2 list. PM2 logs 1. $502. Okay. Oh, there you go. Something I got. Invalid webhook URL pass not properly formatted. Oh, idiot. v.env and https://api.photo.100xdevs.com. Restart. Send it again. Get back a 200 status code. If you go to the camera, we have 2 images now. This one will probably stay stuck in loading. This one hopefully should get a webhook hit back soon enough. And it does. And it has a field called payload, which has images. जिसका 0th object अब हमें पता नहीं क्या है. Gateway request ID. Let me look at the complete log. So there is request ID, that's good. Payload.images of 0. .url is what I would assume I need to log. So webhook.body.payload.images of 0.url. I think that should do it. And for this guy, again, we'll have to check. But yeah, I don't know. For this guy, we'll have to check. Also, when we're logging, let's stringify it and see what response we get. But for the image, I think this should be simple enough. Body.payload.images of 0, body.payload.images of 0. I'm assuming it's .url, but I could be wrong. Fixed webhook. Push it. Pull and restart. Generate image. Person in front of a building. Create image. All right, go back to the camera. And these two will stay pending. This one hopefully return, or like one of them returns something. One of them already returned something. Oh, there you go. That doesn't look like Shah Rukh Khan at all. That looks like a female. But okay, we're getting somewhere. Let's select Sydney Sweeney. Face close up of a female aesthetic. Create image. Image creation in progress. I created 2 of them by mistake. That's fine. Let's see if we get a full close up of a female now. We need better loaders here or something like that. There you go. Yeah, that looks good. So we got 2 Sydney Sweeney photos. This one and this one will stay stuck like this for a while. But this is great. Image generation is working, although there's a lot of things to fix. For example, make it full screen so I can actually see the image. I can probably drag it over here and see it. Yeah. But I think what we want to spend our time on next is making sure, actually packs, let's try that. Sydney Sweeney, Valentine's Day pack. Pack generation started, go to the camera. I hopefully see a bunch of images now. Like 4 or 5 extra images added. Logs. Seems like it crashed or something. Failed to download LoRaWAIT 422, invalid URL or repository key 5. Oopsie daisy. Oh, that's just that. But if I refresh it again, bunch of client-side errors I wasn't hoping for, but that's fine. Packs, network. All right, there's going to be a lot of debugging. Where did my terminal go? SSH. I'm assuming it's a database that's slow here. Packs. Okay, there you go. Shah Rukh Khan aeroplane pack 502. All right. What inputs am I sending? Model ID 3, pack ID aeroplane. I don't see anything wrong there. If I look at the logs, failed to download LoRaWAIT. So if I go back to slash packs slash generate. Hold on. Generate image model ID and prompt. This is the tensor path rule. So this will not be this. This will be const model equal to await Prisma client dot model dot find one, where ID is this, and if not model, then return rest.status 411.json message model not found. And then finally here I won't send the model ID, but I'll send model dot tensor path. Cool. Yeah, let's try that. Fixed back endpoint, push it. Pull it. Restart. Right, that should do it. Let's try to generate it now. Valentine's Day, and this time 200 status code. That's good. Camera, bunch of images. Let's see if few of them get generated for, Sydney Sweeney. There you go. Some Valentine Day pictures. That looks like her. That looks like her. That does not look like her. There is no human here, but that's fine. Cool. So packs are working. Let me try try the aeroplane pack for Shah Rukh Khan or something. Logs. Why does it keep restarting? Status error. If there is a status error on, if there is a status error, we should probably populate that to the database and not restart. So cursor. If rec dot body dot status equal to error, rest dot status 411.json return, and yeah, that's fine. We should probably update output images status to be failed. We can do that, right? Oh wait, that's a get. My bad. The webhook generation. So the webhook endpoint, this one right here, and here we can say status is failed. Cool. And one thing we should do is if status is failed, we should not return it. So if I go back to /image/bulk, where ID in this thing is ID is this thing, and status is not failed. There you go. Cool. That looks good. Git add apps, git commit -m, fixed apps, push. Pull. Alrighty, refresh. Restart. Packs. Generate image. Why does this model request? Why is it so slow? Or why is it failing? Oh, there you go. Now it's not failing. Select Shah Rukh Khan and select the aeroplane pack. Let's go back here and let's see if we see some Shah Rukh Khan aeroplane images soon enough. I see some extra ones added here. I don't see Shah Rukh Khan in a photo yet. Wait for it. Oh, there you go. That does not look like Shah Rukh Khan though. Neither does that guy. Neither does her. Maybe the the input there is incorrect. That's fine. The tensors I copied from somewhere. Let's train a model on my face. So Harkirat 28. Also, we're not using any of these arguments. We should do that. Southeast Asian, brown, not bald. And if I select, let me select my thumbnail stash, which is, all of these images. Cool. Open. This is zipping it and hopefully sending it to Cloudflare. That's taking longer than I would hope for. Course errors. All right. So go to cloudflare.com, quickly log in, go to R2, photo AI settings, course, edit course policy, add photo.100xapps.com. Let's try that one more time. Select files. I'm going to select the thumbnail stash, which I'm sure is somewhere here. Yeah, there you go. Start from here, go down till here. Open, and hopefully this time it uploads correctly. Pre-signed URL, return to 200. There you go. Cool. I can create model. Click on create model. Sending. Model I start to train. It should take 20 minutes for the model to complete training. If I go to generate images now, it says more models are being trained. So let's meet back in 20 minutes once the model is trained. I'm sure the webhook is going to give us something weird. So we need to fix the webhook, catch. We already have a log there right here in /file/webhook/train. We have a log over here. So we'll know what file AI gives us. Based on that, we might have to change a few things here. And then we're good to go. So let's wait for this to happen. It should happen in 20 minutes. I can also track this in the file AI dashboard. If I go to my apps, if I go to Flux LoRa fast training, I should see this one right here. That's probably the one that I just trained. And it's at 12%, so it should take another 20 minutes. Once this is done, then let's get back into the video and see what it returned us. Alrighty, I think that's done. You can see the model trained 4 minutes ago. So let's look at the logs. And this is, yeah, that's what we got back. And so config file.url file size hold on /train LoRa.safe with content type config file is this thing. Please tell me it has file name PyTorch LoRaWeights.safe tensor. So is it request ID, get ready status. Okay. Payload, diffuser LoRa file, file name, file size. Shoot. So it's not really returning me what I want. All right, let's see what the file URL is here. Run inference /file/rabbit/an ID underscore PyTorch LoRaWeights.safe tensor. Are we getting that ID somewhere here? That's BVZ something, and I don't think we are. Config file has a URL. Let's try to hit that. I think we did. It downloaded a file. Let's open the file and see what it has inside. That's the JSON file. If I open Visual Studio Code, if I open Cursor and try to bring this file over here, okay, image data URL is this thing, trigger word, Harkirat, safe. Brother, where do I, how do I get the final tensor file? Let's see. API get the result. Cursor, webhook. It should probably be in the class, but I'm just going to put it here for now. Val.q.result of this thing, and let's log the result. And let's, what was the request ID? Let's run this locally, app/backend, npm run dev, 8080/. Let's make it a get just for now, so I can test it. Slash /webhook/train. Let's see, it returned an empty object. Oh, this returned an empty thingy. Let's remove that. Oh, there you go. Data.config file, data.diffuser LoRa file. That's what we want. So I can do a .data.diffuser LoRa file. Let me command Z. Result.data.diffuser LoRa file. Data.diffuser LoRa file dot URL, and it gives me some ish. Pretty sure their types are incorrect here. I mean, I of course could be wrong, but from what I can tell, result is defined over here. Did I log the result before this? I probably did. I think I did. Let's log this one more time. Console.log this thing, and let's comment this right here. Make this a get, refresh, and Request not found. Oh, that's because this request indeed isn't found. Copy this request ID, paste it over here. Try that one more time, refresh. Yeah, there you go, that looks right. So the types are incorrect, which, we'll give them a break on it. Yeah, and here I'm going to replace this with .body.request ID. What did we log here? Yeah, request underscore ID. We logged the body. That looks perfect. So where request ID is request ID. Cool. That should do it. I'll manually hit this for the request ID that just happened, and make sure it propagates to the database, and everything else should, like the next time I train it, should just work. Git commit -m fixed webhook, push it. Cool. Pull, build. Oh, it's lazy. You not have to do that. Restart one should do it. Yeah. All right. Let me hit it manually. Postman. Request ID is the only thing I need, I think. So body is going to be JSON request. Oh, it's lazy. Request ID. Request underscore ID is going to be image. PM2 logs 1. This one right here. All right, let's try sending that and replacing this with https://api.photo.100xdevs.com. Send and cannot put. That's a post. Try that. 502 bad gateway. Logs. PM2 logs 1. Unprocessable entity. Cursor. Oh, that's wrong. That's so wrong. Result is whatever. And here I'm going to write this. Yep, push. Pull. Restart. Send the webhook request again. Yeah, this will take a long time because we're generating an image for the model thumbnail. Hey, there we go. That seems to have worked. Let's go back to the front end. This is going to be photo.100xdevs.com. Dashboard. Generate image, and we have a third model called Harkirat. I don't see an image. Oh, there you go. Yeah, that's decentish. Photo's a little weirdish, but that's fine. Man standing in front of a train. Create image. Create image. Let me create 2 images for that. Let me go back to my camera section. Let's see if he generates 2 images for me. One thing is this is not sorted correctly. This seems pretty random. So let me /image needs to be sorted by order by created at descending. Updated at sort ascending nulls first. All right, that should do it. What's the problem here? Sort string is not assignable to sort order. Oh. Ascending होगा ना कि descending होगा? Ascending. छोटा पहले नहीं descending. Git add dot git commit dash m fixed ascending, push it, pull it, and restart. That's the best part of not having CI/CD in your project. You can push and pull, refresh, and this time hopefully it returns me my bigger image first. The database is really slow, like incredibly slow. We'll have to figure out why that is. Like, I'm assuming this is the database being slow over here. I'm tempted to just host the database on the server itself. Wow, that looks not right. Where is the Harkirat image? Okay, train a model. No, sorry, packs. Hey. Okay, bunch of requests are failing. Logs one. Why are you failing? Wait, why is this restarting the thing? Webhook/image is being called. Everything looks fine. Okay, let's try that again. Packs, select Harkirat, select the aeroplane stash, select the Valentine Day stash. And let's see, are a bunch of images created for me in front of an aeroplane and in a Valentine thingy. All right, that looks decent. Yeah, don't hate it. Cool. So that's the aeroplane images. These three. This one's a woman, but that's fine. And that's the Valentine images, and I don't hate them. Cool. So ठीक है. Seems like it's working as expected. If I go to generate an image and select Harkirat as the model and write Harkirat in front of a train dancing with Punjabi people, create image, and let me also do the same for Sydney Sweeney. Let me also do the same for Shah Rukh Khan. And let's see. Is it, well, that looks like me for sure. I don't hate this at all. Yeah, that's me a few years from now. That's if I had a brother. That looks a lot like my dad. I don't know who that is. And let's look at Shah Rukh Khan. Sydney Sweeney is fine. Shah Rukh Khan isn't. So it's hallucinating from time to time. Let's see the Sydney Sweeney one. That's also, she's not doing Bhangra for some reason. Looks like her, but she's not. It's not following the prompt. All right. Packs. Train a model. Oh, sorry. Packs. Now let's train another model just to make sure the flow is working. So Harkirat friend, age 24, woman, ethnicity Southeast Asian. I mean, these fields don't matter right now. We're not using them. And I have a bunch of photos that I got from a friend for testing the models. Let me try that next. There you go. I'm going to blur everything for her privacy. But these are all her images. Open, create model. model has started to train. So let's wait for 20 minutes and see if this new model gets generated or not. All right, that seems to have succeeded. Now I'm hoping it just appears here in the model list. And it does. Harkirat's friend is right here. Image is also coming. Great. It's supposed to be a female, even though it's showing her as a male, but that's fine. So, posing on a beach with big eyes and laughing hysterically while holding a banana. All right, let's create that image. Holding a pineapple. Let's create that image. All right, let's see. Loading. We need to fix the UI a little bit. Damn, that banana photo looks very scary. And let's wait for the other one. But yeah, it looks like her. And the pineapple one also looks pretty scary. But yeah, seems like it worked. So that's end-to-end flow. I went into training a model, trained a model on someone's face. This is the model that now appears. It's named Harkirat's friend. Let me generate a bunch of aeroplane photos for her and Valentine photos for her. Go back to the camera. And let's wait for all these images to come. Yeah, that looks really good. So she wants to be a pilot. So this one is probably an optimal one. This one's also pretty good. That looks great. I think that's a great model. I don't love this photo right here. Everything else is good. So there you go, guys. That's your end-to-end platform. You can come in here, sign in / sign up, train a model. You also have a bunch of default models like Shah Rukh Khan and Sydney Sweeney. You can generate a single image for them given a prompt, or you can you can use one of our packs. We only have aeroplane and Valentine pack. And once you do, you generate these stunning images for Valentine's Day or something else. So that's all I had for this one. One big thing to do in here is to add some payment method. Right now, it's completely open, so you guys can blow through my Fal AI credits, which is not great. So if you are looking for a challenge, would be nice to productionize this and add Razorpay as a payment gateway, or I don't know, Stripe, because most people that buy this, I would assume, are outside India. And if you want to sell this in India, you probably need a mobile app. I don't think someone's coming on a website to buy this in India. But other than that, this is what the app looks like. If someone wants to redesign, great thing to do. I don't hate the design, don't love the design. Someone wants to optimize this, build like, I don't know, some MLOps pipeline and share it with me to self-host LoRa and Flux LoRa and scale up, scale down whenever the load increases / decreases. But yeah, that's it. I'm sure we can figure out bulk pricing as well, but yeah, that's a problem for later if people actually buy it. For buying it, we need Razorpay, so I'll open 2 bounties, one for adding a Razorpay integration to this, one for redesigning this and making this look much prettier than it does right now. With that, we'll call it. I'll see you guys in the next one. Bye bye.